How how dare that click link take me to fucking social media
Yeah.
shit that Grimmett doesn't have to deal with?
Yeah, why do I have this? Why do I have this monstrosity of a splash screen? Why?
Maybe it's because I'm a Twitch affiliate already, and
Oh,
they
I
want,
see.
because you qualify for it. They want to make sure you know you qualify for
Oh,
it.
they are very clear.
Oh.
Maybe I should activate two version certifications. I probably need an app for that, don't I?
No, I use my flip phone for two-factor authentication.
Goodness.
And they just send you a code.
Well, maybe
Ain't no need for a smartphone or app.
maybe tomorrow, Malachi, if we do some Warhammer, I will be a Twitch affiliate. Won't you be lucky?
Man, just imagine.
Yeah. Famous from the internet. That's me.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I get hookers, booze, and drugs as far as I understand it.
Can confirm, as a Twitch affiliate, I do in fact obtain hookers, booze, and drugs.
Okay.
Blackjack.
Honestly, all this talk about producers and managers and affiliates sounds like some sort of multi-level marketing scheme.
It really does, doesn't it?
There's guides here on how to become a Twitch affiliate.
Awesome. I fulfilled that.
It's halfway to becoming a real Twitch partner.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, all you have to do is get 50 followers and then get them to become affiliates too, so they have you as their upline.
Now, it's not accurate that it's halfway.
You can read more about that in my book.
There's a difference between having like 3 average viewers and then having 75 average viewers. So I would say that's definitely less than halfway.
That's true.
Okay.
While broadcasting for like 21 consecutive days or something.
It's what this guide to streaming, how to become a Twitch affiliate says. So.
I mean, you don't even use Twitch, man.
I had a Twitch account, but I forgot the password.
I know. You still don't use it.
No.
Because once upon a time, you were logged into Griffin God's chat.
Yeah, we were.
Once
Clearly,
upon a time.
Obviously. And look at what happened.
Yeah.
And on that account that you've never used, still sends my disregarded message from like 2000.
No, I found my password at some point, went in and read it, and I was like, I felt so bad. I just read it again.
Also that the US land number is +1, I feel that imperialistic.
What?
Yep.
What?
I mean, talking from someone who has a royal family.
Yeah, but we don't have any, colonies anymore.
I think we have. I mean, Greenland counts.
Yeah, you're definitely imperialistic down there.
Royal Majesty.
There was even an interview like a couple of years ago with like the Prime Minister of Denmark. It's like, yeah, we want to expand our territory because territory makes us powerful. And you were like, oh, I haven't heard an argument for Lebensraum in quite some time, but all right, sure. I
Just we don't use that word. Okay?
No, I don't know.
Whoa, we don't use it.
You cut down to the L word. No?
It was just interesting to see.
It's aggressive interventionism.
There we go.
For national protection.
Preemptive.
I'm back.
Yes.
Something about claims in the Arctic Sea.
Yes, there was something about that, certainly.
The long-standing dispute with Canada over
potential
oil in
We are. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is shocking.
Speaking of shocking.
Yes.
I think there's some shocking to do.
We don't have any electricity.
What?
What are we supposed to do?
You're a weird blue dragon.
Complain.
I
will consult your supervisor.
I'm a non-binary elemental dragon. I can choose my own element sheep. Don't categorize me, please.
As a straight man here, I'm going to say that, hey, elements, it's not an either-or choice.
Whoa. We can't have a session because we need to talk about this.
A podcast.
Are elements a choice?
It's already non-binary. There's more than 2 choices.
So I feel like you're born with an element.
Wow.
And that's just the one you get.
I have never been so angry in my life.
I mean, Gesh had acid, and clearly he wasn't happy with that.
No, he had acid for
If
other
he could have
reasons.
chosen, he would have chosen fire, like his brother.
Yes, like his brother. Absolutely. Anything
High achieving,
anything Gesh wanted to
PhD,
do was to
twice.
be like his
You know,
brother.
that fire privilege that his brother had.
Yeah,
Red Dragon privilege.
This is really some bizarre content to solidify your newly
Thank you.
declare
Yeah.
affiliate status.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're cornering the market on this conversation.
No, I mean someone has to. All
Oh,
right,
no,
shot
now
to
everyone's
fame.
here in the
Yes, hello.
the map tools. Oh.
Me.
All right. Does anyone wanna catch us up?
Sure. Last time, we started off with our lovely Tilraxos, finally reaching the path of Paragon. I cannot give a good summary and justice. If you want to know what happened, please watch it. But yes, Tilraxos has sufficiently earned the Notice Me Senpai stage of the Queen of Winter, and is suitably powerful enough. After that, there was some downtime involved. Malignant finally kind of discovered who this Black Dragon was, or at least the name. Emizure decided to continue her campaign of framing Cormier or Spellscar. Veristrix decided to keep doing his culty business and get more followers. It's still pending. Tyraxos was accosted perhaps by some dwarven emissaries from Thunderhome asking exactly how much of his land he wants, which of course was all of it, so that was that answer. And of course the ever-looming question of are we burning Elm or not? Malignant and Tyraxos have made plans, and that perhaps might happen in the future, but for now, in the valley, we have some stone giants and the dam asking us to pay for damages, and we're fighting them. And there's also a copper dragon just sitting on Vesark's tomb, just chilling. So we've got to deal with also. And here we are in the middle of the beginning of a battle.
Yeah. Now we do have two open goals. If we have anything you want to put in there, that's something you can do.
Remind us, oh mighty God, what the goals currently are.
Yes, I will do what I usually do and simply put them in here, and everyone can.
Right.
Two.
Yep. Burn down Elm, secure the ancient hold, orchestrate open conflict between Elm and the Spellscarred Kingdom, discover the plans of the Southern Giants, establish a trade connection with Thunderhome, establish a cult of Veristrix. I have no current suggestions because I am deeply interested in continuing to pursue my orchestrate thing, especially after what I accomplished last session.
Same for me. I have nothing to add. Just want to get my thing done that I want to get done.
Let's see. How many personal goals I have on there? Really, only the Elm one, which is sort of on the back burner. It's like an alternative to the third one. Or who knows? So for Vadignev, I would like to propose that now that his merchant buddies have done as he has had instructed, he would like to associate more with them and build some more what's the word? Like establish a proper hierarchy rather than just being sort of vaguely associated because they met once. But I wouldn't know how to phrase that as a goal, Menekai.
What do you mean hierarchy? Is that like
basically making a more proper organization with ways to contact each other, like ways to inform each other, ways for them to work for him properly, rather than Velignov just suggesting, "Hey, do this for me and I'll help you." Something more proper there.
Yeah, we could. That's infrastructure, really. Yeah. How would you feel if you called it establish Infrastructure to Elversalt.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a medium goal. There's no huge direct threats, but there's some potential complications.
Okay. I would have another idea, however, I don't want to take up all the slots, so if any of you have any cool ideas.
That's you, Velky.
No,
No.
no.
Relax,
As I said, I'm good.
In that case, I would also suggest maybe phrasing it protect the lizard folk because they're currently getting adventured in the face.
I'd rather leave that goal slot empty than put protect the lizard folk down there.
I honestly don't care much about them either.
Okay, all right.
It could be a personal goal because I have a similar one. It's like I want to like rebuild and like the stone bridge that's crossing outside the dam, but I don't think any other dragon cares. So.
It's probably something I'm not going to do anyway, so I figured it might make a good goal. But if you would like it to leave it open instead, that's fine by me.
The difficult part of that goal is that it's hard to say no when it's accomplished.
Say I was need protecting, right? So you can't really.
Yeah, it would be specific to the current adventurer incursion down there.
Nothing else, though? We can leave it open, certainly.
Yep.
All right, then let's do that. And let's just—I mean, we were in the middle of something here. I believe we had just had a little conversation, and then I was told that there would be charging happening. So I think we just start by rolling initiative. Right?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, you don't want to talk to these guys.
Oh shit.
We have talked.
You want to break their faces. So
Yes,
I can't break stone.
I can.
against
To hit it enough.
Yeah, but you can't break iron. Aha!
Can I?
Manikai, I need you to make my initiative macro uneditable by me.
uneditable.
Unedible.
There we go.
Inedible.
I mean, if you could break iron, that you would have broken my character's face. Ah.
Get a dwarf. They're iron breakers.
Shit.
Hmm.
I haven't wronged them though. You can't. Do that.
Oh, I'll figure something out.
Do you want to roll, Gareth, or should I do it for you?
I can collect it. There, I collected for you.
All right.
I got a 3. Hot.
Beautiful.
All right. I'll say that they're not surprised at your actions, but they are not going to attack first. So if one of you guys want to take the first action, then I'll let you just go first.
I mean, Tilraxos is the one who wants to go in first. So go
I don't
in.
know. Valignith also said he wanted to go first.
Does Valigna want to go in first though?
Valignith is fine with letting Tyraxos lead here.
There you go.
Axis will lead.
All right, then.
All right.
Tilraxos.
Charge.
Tyraxos, then everyone else, and then us.
Yep.
Tyraxos
nice.
Enjoy
will.
yourself.
Thank you. Tyraxos will. Let's see. Like really, these guys. What the fuck? So he will use a minor action to pop the Wrath of Winter. Everyone gets his charisma modifier to damage entire combat. Then what movement do I have? I have 6 here. Unfortunately, I will move and then charge. Was this the accountant I talked to? The first one.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. We'll charge in here.
It
Now,
disapproves of your actions.
well, I disapprove of him and his face, so I will attempt to refurbish that. Now my charges are not quite as potent as they once were, but I have some other nifts. Go along here. Let's see. I am charging. Hit. Damage. Versus AC.
Yeah, you strike, and although I mean, You barely make it through the hardened stone skin of this creature. You do manage to strike true.
Awesome. 24 damage and a Dread Smite on top of that.
And the Dread Smite.
Yes, indeed. I will also spend an action point. Check.
Yeah, just a second. I'll make sure I do this right. Because stone giants are really tough and made of stone, so they actually have resistance against all attacks.
All attacks, even if they are complete elemental.
Hmm?
My damage, my normal damage now is cold damage because of my icy weapon I have.
It's an action for them. It's a reaction for them to do. So they can't do it if you keep doing it, but generally they will try to resist your damage. Yeah.
Okay.
As they basically turn, moving their bulky bodies defensively to protect themselves, bringing thicker stony bits towards you, covered in it.
Yes.
Hit them gravel, sort of falls off a little bit.
Right. No, I'll suffer I think, or should I just murder? It's +4 damage on the first attack. Sorry, I forgot my own charisma bonus. So 28.
Okay.
And I think that is it for me on the first turn.
All right. Well, yeah. Look down onto Raxos.
Or actually, no, sorry. I'll pop the action point.
Okay, all right.
It might be worth it. Yeah, I'm using something new, and I'm kind of excited. Popping the action point,
Mm.
and I will activate my Slave to Fury stance,
Okay.
where reckless anger takes hold, instilling me with preternatural speed to respond to any attack with one of my own. If they attack me until the end of my next turn, I will get a triggered counterattack against them. In melee, that is.
Is that using a reaction, or is it just happens?
It's an opportunity attack, so
It's an opportunity action instead of an opportunity attack. That's different, right?
So I can get one for each one who attacks me in melee, basically.
Yep.
All right. Cool.
Yep.
Do you also have a thing that triggers when you use an action point?
Yes, I guess I do. Mention it. What is that even?
You get 10 on a miss, or you get extra damage on a hit, as far as I remember.
I mean, yeah, that's the feat.
I mean,
but
from
also...
the Paragon path.
Hang on, let me check my character sheet.
Oh yeah.
Pretty sure every Paragon path at level 11 has something
They
happens
do
on a-
Blackguard's action. Sorry, the thing here is pass from Blackguard. Let's see here. Blackguard's action. A feat associated with my vices. Okay, thank you.
How about we just like move on with the combat, and that can be resolved later.
Sure.
All right. This guy will take his ongoing damage. And Firaxis came up here, attacked. He attacked the messenger, so to speak. And the messenger will respond in kind. So I believe you get to interrupt him, which should mean that if he attacks you, you get to attack him before he
It's
gets
an
to
opportunity,
go.
so I think so, yeah.
He's going to attack you.
It depends on what the trigger says. If it's you're being targeted.
Opportunity actions interrupt the action that triggered it. Specifically from the text regarding action.
Okay, sure.
Also, because I attacked him with a cold power, he is now vulnerable 5 to cold, and I get advantage against him. So,
Right.
more grimdark shenanigans here. Yes.
Yep. And then he will try to basically move his big club down in a sweeping arc much like you've seen giants do in the past. As he bashes Tolraxos, knocking him back and marking him.
But at
37.
least,
I,
at least you're not prone.
I will then activate my Frost Wolf Pelt to make him prone as well.
He's not making you prone, though.
Nope.
Oh, well,
pushing
he's attacking me. An adjacent enemy to me hits me, effect that triggering enemies knock prone.
Nope.
Push me.
Slide you over here,
Yeah.
and we'll make him prone. Oof. I mean, I guess he'll spend his move to stand up, and then try to make a save, which he does.
It's four damage on the way.
The 4 damage. It has been a stable. As the hobgoblin behind him yells something in Goblinoid and rushes forward. Line up here, going down with his shield and holding up his longsword, ready to fight. The goblins, meanwhile, just screech and panic and begin to try to stay away from the dragon while just pouring and pouring arrows from their stupid little bows in such a mass that it's sort of hard not to get hit by something. We'll see against Tolraxos, rain of arrows. And it looks like a hit.
Yes.
9 damage. Did you take the 15 damage from the...
No, because I'm still looking for the thing. How much was it? 15?
15, and now 9.
Goblins will blot out the sun.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this one looks over. Here are more dragons. He's got to deal with this. Fine. So be it. Over here. And then he'll do his staggering sweep against Valigneth.
Alright, that is a hit.
Bash for 23 damage. That works. Push him 2 and shift 2.
And as Valigneth is hit by the... Actually, that's a close blast. Okay, that still works. He will steal himself because he is wrathful and the warrior. He will get free temporary hit points.
Well, all right. Another hobgoblin. One rushes towards his allies to join. Locking shields with his allies to form a defensive wall. He's got here. We'll try to get in range. Shoot at Tolraxos.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot how big this map was.
Huge.
Can't hit anything from where I am, other than these things I hit.
Well, at least they're not on top of the dam, but rather far away.
They control the dam.
They do nothing of the sort, they just arrive.
The ones from back here begin to move. The hobgoblins locking shields and stealing themselves. They form a phalanx. Or a Strix.
Right, moving within threat range provokes in this system, doesn't it? Well, I can't do anything of this. Verstrix will move provoke from this stone giant.
All right. Bash.
You are marked.
7 damage and you're marked.
Much I can do about that, so. Actually, maybe I can. 2 seconds. No. Dazed, stun. He's trying here. No, all right. Well, flap about here. Let's minor action. Actually, no. He's gonna use a daily here. Living missile on the accountant behind him. Is a standard. I'm not. Yeah, that's fine. So 20 versus fortitude.
No, it's strikes.
That's fine.
or-
Yep, he's
well,
still
you're
slowed.
grabbing him, I
That's
guess.
fine. Yeah. And I'm gonna throw him minor action. So let's see here. Let's throw the attack out. I'm hitting someone else with them, so -2 the mark. Anyway, right, 10 squares. I want to throw him. Let me just measure this out for you. That's as far as he can go. All right, put him as close as you can get to this accountant. I think it's just under.
Oh, I like this.
He hits the other accountant for 31 versus reflex.
That hits.
Okay. They both fall prone. One takes 12 damage. And 2 takes half of that. Verstrix is then going to action point. And he will, with that action point, summon his dream form. So I'll throw it here. So I'll just do this quick. Let's see. Where's my button? Button is here somewhere. There it is. I'll give you the cliff notes just for whatever. It occupies a space. It can flank with allies. If it flanks with allies, I also get the advantage. I can originate any effect from its square of my powers. It can be attacked. It has my defenses. It has 1 HP. It actually doesn't have any HP. If it gets hit, it dies. So that's important to know. But as part of summoning it, I will also do its Dreamblade attack, and I will augment that for 2 points. Now, if I do an AoE but I hit my marked person, do I take the minus anyway? Or
Nope. If it
No.
includes the person who has marked you, you're good.
all right, let me just double check this quickly. All right, so the target for this is each enemy adjacent to my dream form currently. So do that. I'll do separate rolls since I'm assuming. But anyway, so first of all, squares adjacent to my dream form are difficult terrain now, and it will lash out adjacent with this attack. So I'll just roll it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Sorry, I
we'll
don't
do
have an
stone
auto
giants,
roller.
then the hobgoblins.
So that's 1 already. So 19 versus will in the attack.
Miss.
We have 29,
That's a hit.
29,
Yep.
15,
Nope.
and 19.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Well, what's the damage here? The original one.
The original one is
Yeah,
15. Yes.
It would actually end up being 19 damage, courtesy of the +4 power bonus to
that is
damage
true.
that Telraxos used.
And since I spent an action point, it's actually a +3 every weapon. So it would be how many do I miss, Manakai?
You only get 3 temporary hit points. They don't stack.
Don't say? Okay.
temporary hit points. They must.
That's true.
All right. Yeah. Is there any miss effect?
No miss effect, but the
Okay.
actual effect is everything around my dream form now is difficult terrain until the end of my next turn.
Could you just for me, like this is a big daily thing. Could you describe like if this was a movie, like the sequence of Verstrix,
Sure,
like
no problem.
throwing a giant?
Yeah, so Verstrix always has this kind of like ever since he awakened to his Dreamwalker powers, he has this kind of mantle on around his head, like some psionic veil of energy. It's hard to see sometimes, but it kind of just manifests itself as like a illusionary copy over himself. And as he picks up this giant and throws it, it seems to just like walk through the space and appear as a singular copy of him. Not exact. It's almost as if it's his dream representation of himself. It looks a bit more monstrous. It's definitely unlimited by his inhibitions or whatever. But it looks pretty horrific, and as it appears, it basically sweeps its tail around in a psionic lash in a circle. And the ground itself seems to like shimmer with psionic energy, as if like it has a pull to itself. It's very hard to get away from it. A probably pretty notable thing as well is that since he has gotten his Spellscar, his dream form has the same physical manifestation. And as that blade sweeps through, there's like a tinge of blue flame to the arc trailing across it. So yeah, that's basically what I envision for what happens. Now, since I use my action point as a free action, because I've taken that Dragon Breath thing instead of my normal feature for action points for my Dreamwalker, I'll use my Dragon Breath as a free action. So pop it here.
All right.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 targets, includes a mark, so it's fine. +4 to damage. No, +7 because it's the action point effect.
Yeah, unfortunately, that will expend your Dragon Breath.
That's fine.
It's
Yeah, that
it's a
looks like
fairly good
all
use of it.
hits.
All right.
The one will not hit.
Oh,
Because
yes.
the
Yeah,
attack
oh, yeah,
roll-
that's one. Yeah,
That guy gets to live.
good for him. But he can't shift away anyway, so he's my dream form cannot opportunity attack, but it does threaten anyway.
It's just like a psionic. The giant is thrown over there with this crush, lands down. It's just what I mean. All this happens so fast. It's like a psionic explosion.
Yeah.
And then the phalanx. There's like one guy left, batting at his cloak to get rid of the blue fire that's caught onto all his bodies and burnt them to death. Probably more like burning them from the inside. It's like mental, right? So
yeah, it's like a mental scarring.
out of
right?
their eyes, the blue fire shines as their brains are melting,
And I think with that, Verstrix
scorching the earth
is
black.
quite done with his turn.
Okay, Malignant.
Right, Valagnath. Well, this is certainly going well. So, no reason to rush in for a change. On the other hand, I'm very far away, so I think Valagnath's gonna charge.
I am flanking with you now, so you can get combat advantage.
Nice, I'll take that.
Mhm.
So I get a +4 from interaction, so a +2 from flanking. He's also prone. Does that do anything for me?
Prone would give you
Combat
combat advantage.
Oh, I
Anymore.
already have that. Sure. 31 for 19.
31
And
hits.
the accountant too. Valagnath smashes into him.
The one who marked you.
That is very true. And then everyone is spending action points. Might as well. So actually, do I want to? Yes. Action point, which means he gets a Dragon Breath, which may or may not spell disaster for that dream form.
If it hits, you can do it anyway. Don't worry. I've used my encounter from it. I lose a difficult terrain if you hit it, but it's up to you.
Yes, he will definitely use that, which will hit all this over there because it's fucking huge these days.
All right. Well, for your reference, Vanakai, 22 is my reflex for the dream form.
All right.
That definitely
That's a
hits.
crit on one. Then we have the
Oh,
other
I
giant.
forgot
Oh.
one extra roll.
And on the giant, we have a hit. I mean, I think that's also. Oh my god. That's then. Is that
I mean, it would be 30,
there?
33,
33. Yep,
29,
hit.
32,
And
20.
guys hit as well. So all hits.
They all take 20 fire damage then. As
The
after
last guy
the
is burnt as well, meaning that there's no like It's like a slackened bits of burned and sort of mentally exploded. It looked professional and nice. Maybe Torax was like, I want one of those, but now it's gone.
That's right.
Very quickly.
Not just 2d6 damage, but 2d10 damage with that fire. 'Cause
D10.
he turned that shit to d10s, baby.
Yeah.
D10s all the way. And after that, after the massive gout of flame, Bandit will like waft his wings sort of, and almost make the afterglow of the fire glow even more intensely, to the point where he will hopefully disorient these giants.
Mhm.
That's just 1 and 2. 17 and 27 versus Will.
Second one is a hit.
He is dazed as the bright illumination just confuses him.
Just a thing I also forgot because I took a feat in Paragon.
All right.
Anything that gets hit by an attack that has the psychic keyword, which is the Dreamblade, take a -2 untyped penalty to its next attack roll, not continuous. So both those giants would have a -2 on their next attack as well.
I'll make sure to add. Remembered so much. There we go. And there you go. Yeah, I mean, this is, they struck first, and now it's a whole whirlwind of death happening here.
Yeah.
Except for the goblins, they seem fine. Missouri.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and use my move action to move over here. Stay away from those stone giants for now. The bloodthirsty ones are having like a powwow, like fight there, and I'll leave them to that. Minor action, I'm going to go ahead and pop my Psionic Vigor to gain 9 temporary hit points, because we do that these days. Woo! And the Goblin Host is sufficiently one target for the purposes of, fighting. Nice,
They
that's what I
are.
thought.
They count effectively as a swarm.
Yep, that's what I figured.
There's probably like 40 goblins in that pile, just sort of all.
Alright.
Some of them
Alright.
stacking up, whatnot.
I'm going to 2 power point a Lodestone Lore attack and send it on over their way. I'm going to try and pull that entire Goblin Host on over to me. Say hi. It's going to be a 29 versus Will.
Oh, definitely.
That's going to be, with the extra damage there, 15 untyped damage on that. The Goblin Host is pulled towards me, is knocked prone as all the goblins fall as she yanks them over, and they can only move to squares that are adjacent to me till the end of my next turn. As Missouri beckons with a
family, basically. There's a little chieftain with a hat, like archers, little spearmen, and it's a bunch of hang-arounds, regiment.
She opens her mouth, fresh meat, and opens wide and yanks the goblins over to her.
Yes.
That will be the end of her turn. I will not action point at this time.
Torexus. Raxos.
Yes, that's me. Well, I will use a minor action. Activate Shroud of Shadows.
Mm-hmm.
A 16 temporary hit points and concealment. That.
Ooh, conceal.
Once these giants are bloodied, it seems that their skin has been softened enough that they no longer reduce the damage they take.
Excellent. Raxus will charge in. Is this guy prone and also was attacked by him next time, so he's vulnerable to Raxus now, and try to capitalize on that as much as I can. He is prone. Combat advantage is +2 to hit.
Yes, +2 your attack.
Charging. Quite a lot of bonus damage on this one. And 36 was AC, 39 damage.
Have you included the vulnerable?
Yes, everything is.
Okay.
Everything's included.
Wham.
All right.
I didn't go to college for this.
And then Dread Smite just as more darkness and necrosis just
Good, our
smashes
difficulties to
into.
read.
I just audited a class.
Well, Tyraxos was
Minus
born
10 points for Gryffindor.
was hatched with the ability to read, so he does not understand the
He's glad
plight
his
of his
ancestors
academic.
went to school.
As his serrated, horrific claws just plunge down into the creatures.
Frosting black runes sort of
Yep.
appearing.
Yep.
As the blood again so almost like very thick and viscous like honey such just seeping out.
We'll
The,
bottle
Seems
it up
to be
and sell
organic
it.
things under all this rock and sort of stony.
Tyraxos and indeed the queen herself drinks in the suffering of these creatures, dread and terror upon them.
Yeah.
And I am
They don't
proud.
show it though. There's no screams or maybe just a deep sort of rooted rumble. It's wrecked and broken. The emotions of these giants sort of worked out of them when they're young, so they fit their role in the
accounting.
Yeah, effectively.
Uh,
The hierarchy did not account for this.
yeah. Settle the score, etc.
Good work, Were Serpent.
Yes, a new bear serpent.
He'll stand up. I mean, you got this thing back, so surely that is done with the terrible strike. Is not nice at all. Yeah, it's gonna have to try to sweep against Toraxos.
That's it, yeah.
Look at that damage, though.
Hmm?
Bashes him.
How many targets does that hit?
1.
Okay.
But he doesn't have reach, so he has a special attack to hit things that are further away. And then he's gonna no, things are bad here. He's gonna go report back to his masters. Coming through. You can attack it like this if you want.
Yeah. For sure. 21.
You strike at his shin, but just chip off a bit of stone. Fails to save. He basically moves backwards, like, reading a big chunk of rock to throw at anyone who tries to come after him.
Failed to bring back a dead dragon.
This is really not his job. These goblins are prone; they can't move. They'll collectively move themselves up and then do the only thing they really can in melee, which is basically to scream madly and crawl over the dragon. Seemingly, when unbloodied, they are numerous enough to think that they can beat anything. So they fearlessly, yeah.
All right.
Beyond that, as she's adjacent to them, they begin to swarm everywhere and fling things and sing weird songs and dance and sort of just act up, really, as anything, ally or enemy, adjacent to one of these goblin hosts grants combat advantage. Whoever they might be, and hence maybe why the hobgoblins like to stay away from them.
Understandable.
They will try to attack. Oh God.
All right. I have been verily wounded by the horde, and that will provoke my persistent Harrier immediate reaction against the goblin host. 30 versus armor class as well.
Yes.
That'll be 24 untyped damage. And she will teleport over here.
Smash.
It's like flinging like goblins like in like the empty like this where she used to be, and they have to rotate to come like mob her again.
Just kills like 5 of them,
Yep, just
give up screams and swings their little. It's basically a mix of all sorts of weapons, right?
Stop struggling, you little worms!
Chaotic little mess, yeah. You once had a thing like this with kobolds, right? It was very effective until they all died.
Yeah.
This one is dazed and laying. He's just gonna stand up, really. Oof. The Dave's is until end of next turn. Sheep.
Yeah, end of Velignus next turn.
Okay, and the slowed, I believe, is the save ends.
Yes.
6.
Yep.
Okay. I believe that's a save.
Sure is.
Well, shit.
But he's still dazed. Yeah, these ones up here, you know, I don't think they can really. I mean, they see down there in Missouri ripping up their friends, and so you know they probably don't like that other host. You know, that's a different clan. They'll rain down arrows. The
That's
pulling can
not.
land all over the place. Doesn't really do a whole lot.
Yep.
There's a lot of them, but it's you know
Yep.
like hailing sharp sticks.
Swatted away by like the wings.
These ones will shoot at Varustrix.
No.
This host will get out of the way, because otherwise they'll get trampled. And they'll have to begin mobbing this way.
They think they can take anyone, but maybe not. The stone giant.
That thing is a force of nature to them. Maybe they should be smarter, but that's goblins for you. Or Strix.
All right. Let's see who's next. What's next? Well, Mershix will.
Also, you two are no longer marked because you did not get attacked.
All right. What's my speed? 7. Oh yay.
Hmm. Are you going to try to stop that retreating accountant? Like, what's your plan?
Well, no, because anything I can do that targets him won't really do much. I'd rather get rid of these mobs and have people who could chase people down actually chase him.
Okay. Cool.
However, I can put something in his way, which I will.
Okay.
So, actually, it's a good question to ask, Manikai. If I stand here, can I see that spot right there?
I think so.
All right then.
You can look through his legs. You know, he's a big guy.
Yes.
Very tall.
Veristrix will augment sonic power, which means as a free thing, he can manifest his dream form, and he will put it. Let me just double check that it's
Another dragon.
Yes, it is close burst 10, which I believe is enough. Maybe he needs to get closer.
It is. That's enough.
It's enough. So he's gonna pop it right. Not there. Here in his way.
From 2.
And then he will
First of many.
use his augmented force grasp to squeeze these two hosts.
All right.
So that would be 1727 versus fortitude.
The 27 hits.
All right. And 18 force damage and immobilization.
It's grasp and squeeze them as they begin to run around and, grab the one's feet that are hanging from the above.
Let's see, what else can I do?
Like the
Minor
human in the
action.
disaster movie.
How far away are those? Yes, as a minor action, Veristrix will invade the Minded Goblin Host 4 near Missouri and, distract them enough to give combat advantage.
Okie dokie.
Dex attack, and that's it.
Religneth.
Let's see. I would like to chase the giant down.
It's dazed. Yeah, that dragon's day or that giant's day, so it can't take opportunity actions against you.
Yep, exactly. So he can move here. I don't think the charge is necessary, but Velignov, at this point, heating up, almost glowing inside, as if he was a furnace slowly getting into heat. He will once again spew fire at this giant. The searing flame, 24 versus reflex.
We're doing accountant 1, yeah?
This one, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that hits.
13 radiant as the almost blindingly bright fire hits him and kills him, apparently.
Yeah, scorches enough that the last of the stones it dried, and as he basically just like kneels down almost, and then crumbles into a pile of rubbled bones as his thick dark blood sort of seeps into the ground. Still just a groan as he's killed.
Well, that's good. That'll be his turn then.
All right, and this guy's no longer dazed. In Missouri.
Okay. Gotta go ahead and use a standard action to 2 power point augment a Twisted Eye attack against these little grubby, goblin-y bastards that are crawling all over my scales.
Oh yeah,
That is going to be a 31 versus armor class.
that definitely hits.
That'll be
easily.
19 damage. And they are blinded.
Oh, and bloodied.
Then bloodied. And she like rakes like the ones off of her, like throws them at like the other goblins, blinds their minds, overwhelms them with psychic energy.
Yeah, as they're bloodied, they begin to equal parts frenzy and panic as they begin to run in all areas,
Okay. Then
beginning to disintegrate ever so slowly.
all right. As they are blinded, they can't. Yeah. Well, I suppose it doesn't say they can't. I'm gonna fly away from them.
All right.
Gonna like fly like 5 up here. I think the dam's still too tall that I can reach, but I'm 25 feet up at this point. I'm going for this goblin host. That'll be the end of my turn.
Yeah, they laugh and squeal at the other unfortunate goblins. Toraxos.
Well, well, our defense is up. He got twice his reward and temporary hit points. And then we charge in. Gosh darn accountant. And claws flash. His bill has come due, as it were.
Time to pay up.
Yep.
There will be a reckoning when you kill him and just like books fall over you. Oh god!
Oh no!
It's like one of those like bosses in certain games where like they have like a
always
death
be
attack.
one.
A desperation
be the
attack.
accountant.
There
No,
must always be an accountant.
There must
My
always
god, there's a limit break.
be. Oh my god!
Must always be an accountant. The hierarchy got its dragon body after all.
That's what they meant.
Oh no!
Yeah, we didn't realize this is what they meant.
Assume direct
Intended.
control
By dead
from
dragon,
giant
they meant
IRS.
Oh no!
33 was AC, 34 damage. Rips into the giant. Hissing, "You will submit to me." Carves into him, giving me a 0-star Yelp review for my dam. I'll show him.
It's a very filthy dam now. Full of goblins. Look at this.
We'll fix it. Wash it with giant blood.
Yeah, the goblins are bloodied. As such, they begin to desert. They currently also can't see, so they don't really do anything else. As many of them flip out and scream and shoot arrows in all directions, you know. Mob.
What's that porcupine thing that flings spines at people? It's like in all
A
directions.
quill beast.
Yeah, it's a quill beast.
All right. Well, this accountant will see Toraxos' challenge and will answer it with a club.
No.
It's a natural 1, in fact. Disappointing.
I know what that's like, buddy.
Uh,
I've had those days of the days.
We'll shift over here.
I'm gonna go hang out with these other 2 dragons.
This is enough of that. Should no longer. Yeah, it's also closer to the exit. He can't fly. These goblins are cheering and jubilating. I don't even think they look down enough to see Missouri. They do see Valignant there fighting the giant, so they will shoot him.
I fucking love goblins so much.
26, yep, that's it.
It's a bunch of little arrows. Pierces his
Oh,
scaly skin.
So much more fun than kobolds, right?
Yes, so here, can't move, but it can still shoot Varistrix, and they'll do so.
Let's see here.
Aha.
Well, that would hit. However, it hits an impenetrable force field as Veristrix puts up his intellect fortress, adding +3 to his reflex.
The brain of arrows. He doesn't. He eye glances, and they just hit a force field, still
Yeah.
shattering or something.
Goblins call shenanigans on this.
We did it. Oh, why is the giant coming this way? They're probably fine. They're probably fine, right? They don't not gonna risk that. They're gonna run into this little like situation there. Vorstrix.
Vorstrix will shift away. And he will augment the power and use manifest again. So the dream form, normally it would just disappear and reappear, but I'm just going to move it here.
Dragon.
If he moves, he can also move at his speed, and because it's a movable conjuration, if he can't see it at the end of his turn, it disappears. It's important to know.
Okay.
So he will grip these two gobos here because they shot at him, and that's annoying. Crit, so 40 on the first one, and 32 fortitude on the next for 18.
Both hit. 40 on these immobilized ones. Crash.
Oof.
They're bloodied.
That's a lot of damage.
18. Yes, so you basically crush like a whole bunch of them.
Yes. Force field he used to protect himself envelops them and squishes them into a tight box.
Which is nice, and it's full of little arrows too.
Yeah, very nice. Let's see, here's a minor action. What would you like to do with it? Oh, no breath, nothing else. That's it.
Okay.
He's done.
Malignant.
Well enough. We'll shift here. And then with a flaming claw, we'll strike the stone giant. It's a righteous brand. 33.
Oh man, you fucking you built all of these high rolls. She just forged them. Yes.
19 damage, and Telraxos gets a +5 to melee attack rolls until the end of his turn.
Oh, a +5, you say?
Actually, that was errata to be a +3. That meant was wrong. But
Yeah.
+3 still.
What?
Yeah, +3 power bonus to your melee attack rolls. Yeah.
Good.
And Azure like flies up like the rest of the way so that she can be level with the goblin host. How high is that? I need to know how many squares high that is, just in case.
I was just looking for that. It's in the dam.
It's in the dam.
It's damn high.
Oh, it's not there.
8 squares, 10 squares, 6 squares.
Yeah. Let's. I don't frankly remember. Let's say 8.
Okay. She has enough movement to get up there. She's 8 squares high. She was at 5. She gets up there. Minor action is going to be to mark this goblin host one. And then a standard action is going to be to perform her new encounter attack as one of her claws like rears out. Actually, it should be the tail. Tail whip the goblin host. She generates a psionic wind with her tail that knifes into the goblins.
Oh,
That'll be 28 versus armor class.
definitely hits.
That'll be 22 untyped damage. And the target is dazed until the end of my next turn.
Nice.
That's right.
Ripping into the host.
Yep. That's the end of her turn. Goblin Host 4 is no longer blind.
Oh, they're no longer blind. They see. Dragon has turned blue. Okay.
Yes, well, oh look, I'm actually a square away from this guy. Isn't that lovely? Roxas will back up and then charge in.
It'd be a shame if something were to happen to them.
Someone's get a dragon charge in the back, wouldn't it? Alright, so let's see. Charging, we are flanking. Good. That, we have a 12. +5. So a +17 to damage due to everything. And a an additional +7. Okay. Go! 34 versus AC for 37
Hits.
damage.
Crunch.
Healthy.
Striking hard into his back.
You're sharpening your teeth
So
after
much
like all of the months you spent in like
Yes.
Winter Court.
scraping vertebrae.
A lot of sharpening of claws going on while everything was like
Yeah,
crazy.
never knew you needed whetstones for your body until
Being
now.
used to disintegrate, but still will shoot arrows at Toraxos.
Somehow that still hits me.
Nearest dragon. Shoot it.
You know, it's the quantity. Some of those sneak
Yep.
through.
I do. When they shoot like 40 of them.
See
I mean,
Valignith, he's in the way. It will use its power again. Staggering sweep.
That misses.
Tried.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Here. Swinging as Valignith like hops over it's using giant sort of stone boulder clubs.
was not what was promised him.
Mhm.
This
It was
host-
promised spread.
What you little bastards gonna do? Jump on me?
well,
What did you say?
If they shift, that will be their one action, right?
Yeah,
Because they're dazed.
well.
Okay. Well, they shift, and then she will use her blurred step to teleport land behind them.
some of the goblins clap, the other ones scream.
We're gonna die.
Oh, pretty.
This is exactly the type of young new go-getters we need in our organization.
Yeah, these ones will. Some of them will. Well, I guess they try to desert, ripping themselves apart as they can't actually move. They're being held in a force grasp. And then they try to shoot at Arstix to get him away from us. He's bad.
They're using a ranged weapon.
Sure,
Wait, no,
yes.
it doesn't. Never mind, it's the wrong ones. That still hits. Does it? Yeah, it does. Barely hits. 14 damage. That's fine. Manageable.
How long are they immobilized? Does it save end or?
No, until the end of
End.
Verstrix's next turn.
Okay. These ones will begin to hack and slash at this dream form.
All right. They miss. 23 AC. They need to hit.
Arstix.
Well, I think he'll just do the same thing again. Grip the two of them. His last two power points.
Right.
25 and 32.
Oh yes, they're not tough creatures. These goblins will be squeezed.
Wonderful. He will take that liberty to also move back a bit. There. And that's his turn.
Magnus will shift down here, and then he's gonna begin hacking and slashing at this accountant, inevitably moving towards him and just never stopping to attack, really, with his inexorable advance. I don't know what that word means, but it feels like it's appropriate.
Inexorable.
Inexorable, yes.
He's unstoppable,
exactly.
basically.
Yeah. Inexorable is an inevitable thing. You're relentless.
I like that. Before the first attack, he will shift here, so he gets flanking also.
Is
So
that two
that would
attacks on one or two creatures? Yeah. All right.
Both on the
There's
accountant.
a hit and a miss.
It's
For
invigorating.
15. It is also invigorating, meaning that he gets his con mod as 10 hit points, which is free.
Refreshing.
It's a little better after bashing this guy.
Yeah.
Perks up.
All right. Missouri.
Missouri looks at the goblins. They're still dazed until the end of her turn. She saw some of them applaud. I mean, it's not worth her time. What's more fun would be like, you all fight each other. And she like looks at the goblins who applauded her. You will become my favorite servants if you take care of the others. And try to convince the goblins that they want to serve her instead of these stupid young giants that are dying.
Give me a diplomacy check.
I will.
As we reason with the crazed goblins.
It's their will defense.
Oh,
20
dear.
for diplomacy. That'll be 26.
Yes. So some of them begin to want to join and begin to kill the other goblins, and as the host begins to as well disintegrate.
Okay. That'll be her entire turn. And this absolutely delights her, and she like cheers them on.
Raxos.
Yep, Tyrannosaurus will continue to try to beat this giant into submission. ability with a vengeance strike. Have combat advantage. Vulnerable to me. Bonus damage. Do I still have pluses from Maligneth?
No. Other than flanking.
Branded by the sigil. Flame.
That's a miss.
That's a miss.
Oh well.
Stupid stone giant.
Up pretty cool time.
I'll breath. Why not? I might as well do something with my minor.
All right.
Don't have updated this.
Are you gonna arc it like that? I gave a drawing. That way you don't hit
Yeah.
any potential ally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Potential ally.
Yeah, potential ally. That'll be 2d6 damage instead of 1d6.
All right then.
Because we're Paragon tier now.
I think that should be a +1 hit, maybe. Whatever. Does a
I
21
didn't
hit?
update that myself.
Reflex.
No, he holds up the club again, blocking the blast.
Would a 22 hit?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, Valky. When we went to Paragon tier, it's we got an extra d6 on our damage.
I'll update that. Cool.
Yeah. And that's why Sheep's now rolling 2d10 because he took a feat that turned his d6s into d10s.
Disintegrating will shoot at
Sure did.
Toraxos.
I was getting bigger.
Arrows.
Yes.
Natural 20 actually, so at least 16 damage.
Ow.
Continuing to prove the power of goblins with ranged weapons.
As they scream and yell just enough for him to maybe look in their direction, and then he gets like an arrow in his eye.
It's like right in the corner there, like the little crevice.
This giant will. I think he'll hold up like a hand. Say, cease. I surrender.
Oh, that's delightful.
Let's talk. Spare me.
Now you too can have an accountant.
Well, in that case, if Tyraxus, if he may,
Give a short reply.
he will say, lay down your arms and lay down on the ground. Order your goblins to cease struggling.
Even intimidate check.
Certainly.
I want to see how cowed he is. By bigger.
Can Velignith assist in this, considering he's standing right behind?
Do one as well. You know what?
That's right. Hey, which dragon is he more scared by? That sounds like a fun game.
Does it?
I'm slightly more scared.
Yeah. Even with the +2 from assisting, though, he looks at Torax in his eyes. You know, he is not afraid of death. I have terms.
Well, you're in no position to negotiate. That's your problem.
Kill me and worse will come. Let me go and I will put in a good word for you.
He failed his diplomacy check.
That is hilarious.
Fighting each other. But some will still try to attack him, Mr. A, you know.
It's not very nice. Deeply upsetting.
They're still dazed?
No, the days ended at the end of my turn.
Alright. I don't want to go back to the edge of the wall, though. That's scary. These ones are still dying as they will shoot arrows at the dream form.
Oh no, the dream form dissipates.
Oh, they did it.
I slayed a dragon.
Oh, these ones are. They will shoot at Velignith now.
That's a miss.
Yeah. Where sticks?
Ugh. Just ugh. All right. He will fire.
Go back. He will try to put a good word for you.
Well, I won't hit him then, as I was planning not to anyway. Goblin host 3 below me. I will dishearten them. It's just a normal one. 31 versus Will.
Yes.
Takes a -2 penalty to attack rolls, and it is a psychic attack, so they take a further. Well, they're dead. Never mind.
Essentially, like a lot of them are dead, just laying there. Others are wounded. Some are just like creeping into the grass, but they're no longer like nothing.
Sure. As a minor action, is it a free? That's a free action, actually. Verstrix will like to telepathically send thoughts to the host above him and just tell them to give up.
Mhm.
I don't know if that imposes some sort of check, but
Give up. Yeah, I'm not sure they would understand the concept entirely as much as it would be nice. They're much more used to listening to fear. But
well,
you could try to be menacing about it if you want to.
I mean, I think a dragon silently invading your mind and telling you to like
Give
give up is
intimidate.
pretty imposing.
It's not hard.
Um,
Some of them are already deserting.
Well, oh, actually, I have. Oops, that's the wrong button. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Very relaxed dragon.
Thankfully, that button actually doesn't do anything. So, 16.
Yeah, you scare a bunch of them, but they'll continue to flee and act.
It's his turn.
Velgith.
Well enough, we'll set up this accountant for Terexos, once again attacking him with a fiery fury. That's 4 plus 2. 24.
No, blocks
Well,
the
that
strike
does.
and looks at you. You do not accept the surrender of a messenger.
He does not. Vladimir has a great track record with messengers.
Fellignith absolutely does have a great track record of messengers.
In the same attack, however, in the fiery wave, some of that fire will wash over Terexos, and like a nice hot
Oh
shower.
my god! I don't like that at all.
Feel invigorated by it,
Oh,
contrary to what you might expect.
yes.
It's the fires
Healing
of
Surge
Tiamat.
plus 17.
17, you say?
17, I
My
say. And
goodness.
Vladimir also gets 5.
Healing!
Such power.
Truly divine.
Only 22? Oh, there you go.
All right.
Jeez,
That's
right.
a hit.
Gonna focus fire on the goblins who insist on trying to beat up the dragon with a 2 power point twisted eye attack against them. That's gonna be a 27 versus armor class.
Yeah.
That'll be 18 untyped damage and blinded.
Oh.
Right.
Some of the damage are just also some of the other ones changing side.
Yep. I mean, everyone just gets in the way. And now that they're blinded, I mean, her, like, this is... you kids have fun. Like, I'm leaving you now. That'll be the end of her turn.
Yeah. Draxus.
Yeah.
He kind of looks to you. His eyes are big. Eyes are watery.
Big and watery. All right, well.
Think of what could be.
Yeah, think of what could be. 6?
Oh,
A whole lot of missing
Yes.
about.
I mean, they have like 30 AC, so.
Maybe you actually did accept it. It's just your.
Gonna turn into torture session. Shut up, giant.
Oh, from behind, goblins scurry into the grass, while other ones continue to frenziedly fight whatever's closest. Draxus, arrows.
Ah, it misses.
It's like you
Hooray.
land somewhere in the grass.
Glorious day.
He'll try to bash Malignith.
That is not enough.
He can't really leave, can he?
No.
Shift
And
this
if
way.
the immovable object, sort of.
Aha.
As long as things roll low, he's immovable.
This one continues to fight against themselves, and then they're immediately bloodied and begin to also some of them begin to run over the wall and because they're blind. So,
Just raining goblins from upside.
these ones though, these are camouflaged. Dragons can't see them. Entirely safe. Will shoot at Malignith,
That hits.
and then they will scamper over here because that seems like a high point, a vantage. You know.
We clamber over those stone steps. Ah!
More sticks.
I just like looks over like seriously he's not dead yet. I'll walk over and actually step back a bit. Dishearten the stone giant. I feel like his will isn't the best. He'll use his staff for this, see if he hits. Probably not, actually. 22 versus 0?
No, he knows he's going to die now, but he can at least take a dragon out with him.
This is upsetting. Anyway, yeah, that's it.
Don't really
Doctoring
want
with
to use
club and
anything big here, so let's just do the same thing again. Righteous brand, because killing him is in fact righteous. Not with these rolls, however.
yeah, big defensive block of stone. Misery.
Howdy. Do. Hey!
Oh,
How's it going, guys?
it's going great for them. I don't notice her.
Yeah. Yep. Misery like nods emphatically, like she looks over. It's a great vantage point. She agrees. They made the right choice. I've got a 2 power point. And accidentally. Yeah. 2 power point, a twisted eye attack against them. So they can have 21 damage. And they can be blind.
Well, a bunch of them begin to flee and run everywhere.
And now they can have a dragon breath directed at them because they're blind.
Oh no, they're weak to area attacks.
Oh no. So that's going to be a 33 versus reflex.
Yep, that hits.
For 17 poison damage.
27 poison damage.
As she just sends like bodies like flinging like off the stairs. And she chortles because she finds this greatly amusing.
Small bubbling avalanche.
And they should have stayed in the cover. It's the end of my turn.
Thoraxus.
Goblin Host 1 is no longer blind.
Oh, they can see.
Back up, Sharjan.
Right.
Charging. $33 AC.
That hits.
36 damage.
Kills him.
Oh, damn it. He just, rushes after him, slices in underneath, like with his tail, knocking the legs away from the giant. And as he comes down, he just like a claw uppercut, just rips his head off.
Claw.
Yeah.
All right,
rips
Street
his head off.
Fighter.
He holds it up for the goblins, roaring out, "Your masters are dead! Submit or die as well!" Trying to intimidate the goblin to basically, submit to the dragons, because God knows we need some goddamn goblins.
Yeah, I can tell you that their disintegrating effect is doubled because their leaders are dead. So in a couple rounds they will all be gone, which means that they basically submit, flee, die, kill each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need to intimidate them. It's already done.
But I want to.
Oh, go ahead.
I want
If you really want
I
to.
want to.
Tell you you're hitting a 17 DC, so
Yes.
they're intimidated.
Yes, excellent.
It's hard to imagine the world where they wouldn't be. Maybe they just wouldn't be paying enough attention.
Some of them are blind. Maybe they didn't exactly see what happened.
They shoot arrows at the
But yeah, what I want to say is, I want some goblin servants. I need someone to clean and stuff.
These ones.
Well, apparently, no, we don't get to have that because they're going to continue shooting at Toraxos.
Well, some of them. The other ones are leaving, hence the damage. These ones.
I don't want them to leave. I want them to join.
Ooh.
You don't get what you want.
Oh no!
No,
but they
apparently
don't want
not.
there. No, some of them do throw themselves on the ground, weeping and begging for their life.
More like it.
It's only
These
the
ones are
stupid ones still
straight
shooting
line
that you don't want
players.
anyways.
So this group just again when I say disintegrate, it's not turned to dust. It's just that the group becomes individual goblins, which is there's no reason to represent here because they're no threat to
The
you.
groups are now individual goblins.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like,
Shoot these ones.
right. Essentially, you're damaging their unity as much as you're damaging them.
Mm-hmm. They're crying now, so
A
maybe they'll
couple of
stop.
them die and run away and throw themselves in the dust.
Right, that's it.
I think the ones up here at this point will also just begin they're alone against a whole bunch of dragons. I think we can just say that they
Okay. I'd hate to have to move after them. That'd be sad.
they abandon, if you will. You see down there you hear like a splat 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 sound as a bunch of them land around here. fastest way down. Yeah, as you look around, you can be pretty sure that given a couple of years, a goblin community will build itself up somewhere around here. Goblins are notoriously sort of infectious to areas. That said, there's still like a handful or two handfuls or a couple dozen that sort of are throwing themselves in the dust and rolling around, reaping and then praying and begging and really generally doing whatever they can to you know.
Imizure calls down, Daraxos, do you want them? I don't want them.
Raxos looks at them and says, "Yes, I wouldn't mind." Like squinting suspiciously at them.
Malignant, you don't want them, right?
Looking at shrugs. If Tyraxos wants them, he probably has a use in mind for them.
He nods. Guys in Tiberias need some servants.
Oh, those would be very happy.
Have you decided which one of them will have the bracers of sure shot, Tilraxos?
Raxos like puts his head to the side and says, "No, it is still in a coveted pedestal in my lair."
Imizure like snorts from like the dam.
Yeah. Veristrix puts out a quick claw and says, "Well, while you're all here, before we all leave again, I met, Tottlemist. Yes, I'm sure you've all met him, as he so adequately explained. The, servant, emissary, whatever, of a dragon that is now sitting atop Besrak's tomb, unmolested. I thought you should all know. Pretty important, I think. I was told this morning.
What does he seem to be doing there?
Just laying there. Perhaps waiting, perhaps taunting. Who knows? But it is there.
He wants us to come to him, obviously. Wouldn't show himself like that otherwise.
Well, I, for one, don't see much point in me doing it, but
If we go to meet him, it should be all of us.
Why?
Because he's challenging us. Why else would he come here? His servant has interfered in our business before. Now he comes himself. He's playing himself proudly upon the mountain slopes. He's calling us.
Imizure like, how did that little gnome interfere with our business before?
Looks over. By talking to us. By inserting himself into our lives.
As far as I'm concerned, he has been more respectful than most so far. Perhaps he is simply showing himself in the center of the valley because he doesn't know how to properly approach us.
I am more concerned with the fact that it is, our old caretaker might have allegiances and might use that against us.
Or perhaps he simply has no reason to attack the dragon because he has no reason to attack the dragon.
We know of at least one hostile dragon outside the valley, the black one living up north. If this other one is more amenable to us, a bad thing.
Vershik shrugs and says, consider yourself told. If I kept this to myself, no doubt I would get a lecture from Malignant.
I don't lecture people.
Just holds up the head of the giant that he took and says, "As long as it doesn't demand tribute, I think we can get on swimmingly." Speaking of, do these creatures have any valuables?
No, the goblins have what goblins have, which is nothing of interest to dragons, certainly. Shiny rock or whatever. Couple copper or something. And the others have like big stony clubs. Which I don't think either would be.
Maybe if I got them like fish, they might have swallowed some diamonds or stone giant.
They crumbled.
Give me like a history check if you want to know about stone giants.
Yes. Oh,
Oh wow, I might know a thing or two about stone giants. Yeah, they're generally lowest in the hierarchy. They get to have command over hill giants, but that really does not mean much in sort of a giant hierarchy because hill giants are generally sort of just big sort of monsters, really, even recognized as such by the giants, who look at them mostly with disdain. Essentially, the hill giants are told to go to places and make sure that other things don't do it, or generally left sort of to their own devices for the most part. Considered as sort of unfortunate cousins, sometimes as an embarrassment. The stone giants therefore get to have all the jobs that no other giant really wants to have. Um, being relegated to that because they're considered to be kind of stupid and sort of workable and easily manipulated, and the stronger giants have no reason to respect them. They're also fairly numerous, inhabiting sort of a more common type of terrain than many other giants do. The rare giants being so because they're sort of the areas that they live in are far more rare as well. Yeah, hence they're probably sent to do all the unpleasant things, to interact with non-giants and be grunt soldiers and sort of take on all these things. They're the giant riffraff. Most likely, these ones are not paid anything because what would they need any valuables for? They're here to serve.
all right. So which giant would be like commanding the stone giants?
Well, Valignith has an insight into that because his house used to have a little plaque that showed neatly which giant should obey which giant.
Oh,
True.
like a an
It's a
organization
caste
chart.
system eventually. Yeah, but above the stone giants are the frost giants, who are typically guardians or actual soldiers, very tough and sort of strong and hearty. Then the fire giants, who are smiths and sort of kings and barons and generals. And then above that, you have cloud giants, who are the priests and administrators of the system. They sort of run the state, if you will. And then above that, you have the thunder giants, who are really legendary, sort of god kings, if you will.
All right, all right. Well, interesting.
Each a magnitude of power stronger than the other.
Should we send the bodies like back to the mountains with like an emissary to say fuck you, or should we just nail them to the dam? Maybe we should actually turn these stone giants into brick and mortar and repair the dam with them.
Mhm. Yeah,
Or
then we
what
could
happened to
simply
the
say
last
that.
giant? Beheaded
Yeah.
and left to sea for everyone.
No. I like this idea because then, like, we can simply say that we didn't receive the last group, and we won't be assessed as much damages because they'll see the repaired dam.
Yes. Yeah. All right.
I like the way
Excellent.
you think. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Traxxas will put in a call for some dwarven work to be done to dam. Use the stone giants as material if you need. Otherwise, you can take some from the quarry.
Yeah, I mean the dam is very old and dilapidated at this point. The dwarves.
Oh no, it's just don't repair it. I just want a token repair on it. So if anyone looks closer, they can see there's a stone giant like built into a
Right.
hole in the wall.
Yeah, I think the dwarves from below will they don't say no, but the suggestion is out there that perhaps they're too busy for such a thing and have more important things to do. And also, they don't really like the idea of like using a body part of an intelligent creature to build a dam. It's a bit much for them.
Also, they answer to Valignith,
Uh,
which is relevant.
Brunella will say that they can stop the caravan and like she can do it. She doesn't have qualms about that. Like
We'll put the stone
what she
giants.
cares? She can slap some giant spine onto the thing.
Well, we'll put
Tyraxus will remember this.
Yeah, Tyraxus will remember that Vagnut's dwarves are uppity and unwilling to work. Noted. He will say, "I continue with the caravan thing. We'll put the stone giants in the quarry, like put them in a shed somewhere, so we can later."
Sure. They seem to rot very slowly, mostly sort of being thick, rock and high. Probably more like dry out, really.
Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should like curate them. Like put them in the sun to like dry out all the moist parts and just have the stone left. Yeah, the insides. Station. Crack them open.
Man, I don't know about trying to confront this copper dragon.
Okay.
I
I, I, as long
as for Veristrix's mind, I mean, Copper Dragon is there. Like, yes, it could be nice and safe and friendly, but why take the risk when it is so close to their now enemy? And so he's caution in it and would rather not. But if people are adamant to go, he does not wish everyone to just die because of some ill-fated decision, so he will go begrudgingly. But that's how he feels.
Sheep?
I would like to talk to the Copper Dragon, if only to make sure that we are in fact on the same page as far as his ambitions are concerned. If his only goal is to change the past to his liking, then that does not interfere with us changing the future. So we might as well solidify that relationship.
he's an enemy of the Black Dragon, having him on our side might be beneficial.
All right, sure. I'm cool with going to play this, but if this turns into a combat situation, I'm outright fleeing from that.
Yeah, similar, but I'll go.
Go see what's up.
Go and see.
I don't disagree with you guys at all. So yeah.
All right. Do you want to take a short rest? You can do it for you.
Sure.
Take a short rest.
How does that work again? Oh yeah.
All encounters are restored.
How do I rest?
We take 10 minutes and recover our encounters and PowerPoints.
Glorious. Well, let's go after a short rest
Good.
and meet the dragon.
You can all copy your tokens, please.
Sure.
Yep.
Second. Yep.
Go back to this map.
I really don't want to go back to this map.
I don't either.
Yeah.
PTSD.
Growing up.
Childhood home.
Yep. Ever so long ago. Christ, I'm not landing. I'm not getting anywhere near that entrance. I'm flying above this fucker. Fuck you. I'm not getting anywhere near that door. The moment I might be lured over that threshold or some shit. As soon as I'm lured over that threshold, that's when Bassaret gets me.
He's just waiting.
You can't trick me. This is part of like the Copper Dragon's best scheme yet. To like lure us near this entrance so that we're roped into there.
I will remind you that most of the introduction of the motivations of this character I wasn't here for, so
we don't like all we know from Toddle Mist whenever we initially had an interaction with Toddle Mist is that he wants to change history by introducing false relics and muddying it up and see what entertaining things happen.
Because he
we never met this character directly.
All right.
Yes, you were informed that he thought that by Master Toddle Mist, effectively to give you a recap on that Ophisterelix thought he had read a lot of history, and he was getting bored because it was very much like a lot of dates and a lot of sort of boring things, and everyone kind of sort of agreed on the big stuff. And that, he is a dragon who appreciates drama, and so to create drama, which is apparently his like favorite hobby ever. He simply has begun planting false information and paying people to go around spreading false rumors and like finding an old tomb, breaking into it very carefully, and then changing things a bit, and then sealing it back up, and then hinting to historians that it exists so that they might go find it with his changes inside. It's sort of what he does. What he gets out of it then is a couple years later, he gets to apparently shape form and sit in on all the discussions between established and famous historians about what this means, which excites him a whole lot. They all argue and sort of discuss how it cannot be, and if this is, it would change everything, and so
Seems
very
fairly innocuous until
Yeah.
it's like, oh, we need to go to war over this discovery.
He has basically found
Innocuous?
Innocuous.
How dare you insult history like that? Innocuous.
No,
has,
I mean, no, I
past
don't.
is already done, and now the only good it can really do is at least be entertaining.
If you saw past your crusade, Grimmeth, I meant what he was doing was innocuous, not history itself.
His actions definitely are not harmless.
yeah,
To Veristrix, they are. To me, sure, but
he has found a line of academia to just troll. That's what he does.
Yeah, basically, it's very funny because people care so deeply about what actually happened. Oh, the truth. He knows it's relative.
I dislike him already.
There's only one way to figure out.
Tyraxus charges immediately.
he's a dragon. I
Well,
dislike him
assuming
already.
this is that guy, right?
Yes.
Because as you come down, moving down here, and taking a look at this dragon, Missouri is like flying up there.
Oh yeah, like she took Bassarek's warning to heart. No, she feels like this is some sort of like trap from hell. Not even remotely taking chances.
Well, he's there like a dragon, bigger than you, not enough for another size category, is laying upon a pillar he seems to have put over here by the entrance. It strikes here, he gets a nice sun there as he's turned it slightly so that his exposed belly gets like the sun from over the cliffs. He's laying there half lazily, just dazing. Having a sort of, if dragons could have like a mischievous but also a smug smile, that is the expression upon the dragon's face as it watches you approach. It seems, it's a big copper dragon, certainly to say the least. Older than you yourselves, definitely. Beyond that, though, he seems to have a lot of old scars, sort of a lot of his skin blackened, especially around his mouth and throat. Seeming old burn scars or some sort of thing that has blackened his scales in a fashion that does not seem to go away. As the old scars and wounds there are very visible and sort of clearly determined. He watches you lazily as you come closer. Showing his size and corpulence a little bit by turning towards you. He eats well. It's pretty nice.
Well, considering that Emmy, who Valigneth at some point thought would be the best to talk to others, doesn't seem to want to. He'll basically step forward, looking at the copper dragon.
Looks down at Valigneth.
He says, "Welcome to our valley. I don't believe we've met yet, or perhaps we have. It all depends on whether your messenger was truly a messenger or simply a disguise. I couldn't tell."
We don't have to shout at such great distances, do we? Come closer. Please. This is a meeting amongst new friends or even family.
The construction you're sitting on has some inhabitants that we would rather not confront at the moment. It is an odd choice to wait for us.
Oh, it's quite all right. I had a conversation with your dear father, and he explained a lot to me. And you see, I'm very eager to learn more, so why don't we come closer and we can all sit around and not have to shout so far? The sun is nice over here. Gestures to the other stone.
How about you come
Yeah,
closer?
That's fair enough. Valigneth will slowly make his way over. Sit like on this rock over here. Well then, would you mind to explain your presence?
Oh, definitely. I've become very interested in you, you see. You're a very interesting group. So many dragons all together. It really warms the heart, doesn't it?
It is certainly an odd relationship we share, the reasons of which you seem to be aware of.
Oh, yes. Yes, you see, I used to have a rival. But but then I found something in his lair. I see, again, not just, and it was from your mother, and I think it was meant for you. As he awaits a reaction.
Could Velignov get a bit of insight here?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I think that's a,
what's he playing on here? Like Velignov might not be the best at bluffing, but I reckon he's fairly good at keeping like a poker face as he thinks. 31. Like what's
Pretty good.
what's his game plan here?
Yeah, he right now seems to be holding in incredible excitement at at having something that you want, and ideally having a lot of fun, like dangling it over you. You know, that seems very amusing to him.
I mean, maybe. I mean, Velignov will like intentionally indulge him a little bit by leaning forward a bit, feigning very real interest, as he says, "Oh, you might realize that I'm not exactly aware of my exact heritage. Assuming, of course, you're speaking about my mother specifically and not just some general mother we all share somehow symbolically, which would be far less interesting, I have to say."
Flinches slightly and say, "Oh no, no, no! It is all of your mother, your human mother, the one who hatched you.
Oh, her.
Yes,
Well, that is,
her."
out of all the options, that is the least interesting, but do continue.
Takes him down a little peg and says,
Is Velignith actually bluffing here? Like, or is he like? Is he dead serious about not actually being that interested?
I'd say like 50-50. He was excited about learning something new, but this is not as new as it could have been. A bluff check might be appropriate, actually.
"Yeah, all right."
15 is not that great.
for 50-50 half bluffing. I mean, it's not bad.
Yeah. Like Velignov is confident enough that he doesn't need this information to succeed in his plans, but on the other hand, it could be something very good.
Well,
Probably enough to see through.
He looks around. It was something that, well, I wouldn't say it here. He sort of looks behind him. The people inside might overhear it, and it's something that they don't know about.
What do you want?
He sort of looks Valknith for a bit. Says, "I want to be friends."
I'm not opposed to either a relationship or a trade.
Or really, I suppose, family is a better word for it. I am older than you. It's only fair that I be your big brother. And after all, I spoke to your father, gestures with the tail behind him, and he said that it was only right and fair that I should take over certain responsibilities of managing you while you're outside. I've never worked with his type before, but he is surprisingly reasonable.
I believe that's how he usually gets people, by seeming reasonable. Our family is unusual. I would barely call it family. Maybe
Dysfunctional.
ironically.
Oh, but perhaps I should set down some ground rules then. I'll have to make them up first, but I'm sure it'll make things easier.
Rex's glares at him. This is a dangerous path for him to tread.
You may present your terms, however, do be aware of who we are exactly and how we might receive them.
Oh, please tell me about you. I'm very interested. I only know so much as my servants have been able to gather. You're
Perhaps most
very.
relevant,
I didn't know how interesting you were until just recently.
perhaps most relevant to you is that I believe we share similar ambitions, ones that, surprisingly enough, don't conflict too much with each other. I believe you want to change the past to your liking, which I can appreciate. I, for one, want to change the future to my liking. It's a shared interest in a sense, just different directions, which is workable. On the other hand, you do have to realize that even if you enjoy teasing, you should very well be aware of limits to patience. I would welcome a relationship with you, avoiding being enemies for a start, perhaps something more later. But if you try to force yourself above us, that would not end well.
Watches Veligeth,
There,
keeping his weird sort of slight smile as he looks at him
there
ever so
could
sweetly.
there could be a world where you will enjoy much fun with us, perhaps only me. I would not dare to speak for the others. Well, that's not true. I would dare, but I would rather not. But as you say, there need to be some ground rules that we mutually agree with.
Not. Well, all right then. The first one is not to spoil me about the present. Looks
In
at
what
all of you.
sense? To keep the surprise about what we do?
No, not about you. He said, you I will know about. No. What happens around the place? The Sword Coast, the distant Sea of Fallen Stars. This information I would much rather find out later. Yeah, in the right order.
Well, not.
Beyond that, we have to agree that the dwarves have to go. Oh, not your dwarves, the ones. The. I suppose they're not all dwarves, really, but the most stubborn ones are dwarves.
Go where? Leave the valley?
Not those dwarves. Those dwarves haven't arrived yet. The ones in the library in Redenseer have a lot of knowledge in there, but they won't let me read it because they're jerks.
Those dwarves. They are not associated with us, so I'm not opposed.
Good, and the elves and whatever else is there. Not. I would so hate to understand that you joined with them.
I don't believe any of us have any reason to.
Could you give me an insight check? You're pretty close to him compared to the others.
Sure.
I love how he still thinks this is like a group petition.
Oh yeah, you can just manage to see first person. It seems as if he's sort of squirming and twitching, as if saying, for example, that he doesn't want to know anything about the present actually frustrates him a great deal. It seems like he really, really wants to know about the present, but as he says that he doesn't want to know, you can sort of see he squirms and twitches a bit, and that seems to make him smile even more.
How come you do not want to know about the present? You strike me as an inquisitive sort. I can firmly see you almost bursting at the seams by curiosity.
Oh, well, you see, part of me does want to know everything that happens all the time. A rather new part of me. However, well, I must say, I rather delight in ignoring it.
How come that part is new? I personally find that indulging in certain impulses can be very liberating.
This stops for a moment. Well, part of me really wants to tell you, but the other part doesn't.
Which part would you like the most?
I suppose we'll never know. Beyond that, I'm here to investigate you. To, if you don't mind, follow you around and have a look at what you do. I won't interfere, don't worry. I'll even make myself almost invisible. You will not notice me at all. I just want to make sure that you're aware that I'm here, I know what's going on, and, that I want to be your friend, and that you want to be my friend. I want to have a look around, take a look. You could walk me through your lairs, we can talk about things, dragony things. I so rarely get to talk to other dragons without being all about dominance and rulership and tribute.
Why do you want to investigate us? You've just said you suppress the part of you that wants to know everything, and here you are wanting to know everything about us
Oh,
specifically.
you see, but I am wholly and fully myself interested in knowing about you because you're very interesting to me. You with your previous, I mean, he's obviously not telling the truth. There's definitely a deeper meaning to why he's interested.
How about this then? I will tell you everything you want to know, at least about me specifically, but you have to be level with me. There's more to your ambitions here, and I would like to know. I give you what you want, and you give me an explanation.
But what if you didn't like my explanation? Then I would be a bit worse off, wouldn't I?
I promise that I will look at it as objectively as possible.
Give me a diplomacy check here.
Sure.
I will look
I like
at it
the
as
as
objectively as
possible
possible.
bit because
Yeah.
that's like, oh,
He sort of
Yeah.
looks at, having met Religna's eyes, his eyes sort of move down across the red scales, and then back up and says, "Mm-hmm. Now, why are the others not coming to join us? They really are rocks enough for all."
I believe they trust my judgment.
He looks again.
is he looking? Is he looking at us in turn?
Yeah.
Basically, as Velictive says that, he like literally makes eye contact with the rest of you.
Yeah, no. Veristrix locks eyes with this dragon, and it can probably, as he gets closer, silently quite obvious the scar that he wields. Probably already knows about it.
He
Who knows with
gasps
these
slightly.
things?
Seems he didn't know.
And
Put the hand
Veristrix
to his
says, "Your intentions are not clear. How can we make a deal?" Well, first of all, I must say, you speak to all of us as if we are one. We are not. We are dragons. You will
Oh,
speak
well.
to us as individuals.
Of course, I would love to. I just simply wanted to act because you're one. Because you're one in terms of what I'm very interested in. This whole situation, Tales of the Swings behind the tomb, very interesting to me.
Yes,
I
yes, I'm
spoke
sure.
with your father inside, but I think you have a very different perspective. Especially about this deep slumber I understand you fall in every so often.
Yes, well. Your information that you know, well, I seek not to add to it. I don't see any benefit to myself. You have not offered anything that I am interested in, unfortunately. And you also, well, I'm sorry to say, as all dragons do, I'm sure you know, we lie. You are not telling us the whole truth as we are not telling you the whole truth. I see you are untrustworthy.
Oh, but I hear there are other people outside the valley, people wearing red robes who would love to talk to me about it. But I wanted to come to you first because you seem to be the best source of information.
Best
I would not
source of
want to tell them too
information.
much.
No, you say you come here with all good intentions, but really you dangle it over our heads as a threat, veiled, of course. But I see through a lot. It's obvious.
I don't really see it as a threat. I
Does not-
doubt anyone could really stop 4 dragons working together. I mean, look at you.
Besides Veristrix, wouldn't we do the same?
Mershix looks over at Malignant. Are we in that position? No. Then I seek not to think about it. Doesn't interest me. I deal with, as you say, the present. However, I change it as I see fit. That probably actually is the most abhorrent thing to you, because once you know something, I can change it as I wish.
Actually, I find that rather fascinating.
Good then. Well, you're present as you decide not to know. Unfortunately, I can tell you without your consent, so consider the fact that I haven't already a courtesy that I'm listening to you. Have you anything else to offer other than this information?
Well, I'm sure we can come to some sort of agreement. I am actually rather eager to know about this slumber. Uh, Imagine, if you will, that I have made a wager, and I'm rather eager to win it. In return, I'm sure we can find something that I could help you with.
I'll help you if you answer me the following. Did you bet for or against us?
So looks at you. That really depends on your answers.
You haven't made the bet yet?
Oh, I have, but the terms are complicated.
I really don't like complicated. Perhaps you could summarize?
Still seems to think for a moment. Well, I feel I have given you a pretty good answer already to the question. Now, if you answer my question, maybe over dinner, I'm sure we could find a much more clear answer.
I'll ask you a question then.
Well, I want to know everything about this slumber. When does it happen? How does it happen? Why does it matter that there's 4 of you?
You seek to know the nature of the ritual, whatever itself, presumably.
He does like a slight indecisive shrug. Really, though, why 4?
I assume that even if you were planning to ambush us while said slumber would overcome us, you would have servants to inform you when that happens anyways.
He
I,
nods
for
and says, "Oh,
one,
most definitely, surely."
would not be opposed to answer these questions if it leads to better relations in the future.
Good, excellent. That's all I really want. At least for now, it's all I really want. I have many wants over time.
I'm sure you do.
Verstrix looks between the two and says, I only speak for myself. If Malignant agrees, then you may strike an accord between yourselves. However, I will say one thing. As you are watching us, I have been watching you. That is all.
He looks at him. Could you give me what do you mean by that? Actually, though, are you bluffing him? Are you trying to make him feel like you know something you're not telling?
No, I think Veristrix is in all intents and purposes saying, I am scrutinizing your every move and word. Like, I'm basically watching you. No bluff. He is, when you dangle, when you know so much about a person, that definitely sets Veristrix into a kind of a cautious state. And so, yes, Veristrix's goal now is to learn all he can, because apparently he has been doing the same, and so that's what he's trying to put across. Maybe it's a bit threatening, but it's just a statement of Veristrix's eyes, and he's not bluffing either. So
Yeah. The Cobber Dragon nods slowly. Says, "Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not as fetching as I used to be."
that just passes Veristrix by, and
How did you get those scars?
Oh, that's a different story entirely. Not well. There's a long story and there's a short story. Short story is that I was very curious and could only hold myself back for so long. Long story is that I used to have a rival.
Used to? You were victorious?
Sort of tilted says, I don't know if I would say that. Maybe sort of accidentally victorious.
What does that mean?
Well, it's sort of like if you were trying to catch a fly and then a spider ate it.
I understand.
You know, it's well, if do you sort of looks at and spreads his voice out. Says, "Do you object to me looking in on you every now and then, just to make sure you're okay? As a good older brother should."
Is he asking everyone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Tyraxos appears to object.
Yes. I did take him for one of those. Yes. Very
Versus
independent.
has left, so I think that gives his answer as a yes, he would
He'll
mind.
look to the distant form of the green dragon. Not sure if the green dragon could hear him.
No, I have pointedly, like, she has kept herself out of, like, the conversation, can't even hear, even though I can. She's circling above. She doesn't fucking, like, she gives Besserek a healthy respect. And this sorely seems like something that a bone devil
Yeah.
on a hill.
There is a very sort of thick, gloomy darkness here that sort of very quickly just makes it impossible to see whatever lurks right inside the entrance here of the.
Yeah, that's unsettling. Yeah, she's
Definitely,
very healthy respect of Besserek.
Roiling shadows. As,
I do believe that Emmy objects too.
he looks up and says, "Well, that's quite a shame, isn't it? Just you and me then."
I do believe you promised to deliver dinner. We can talk then.
I will fetch something. You can stay here, or you could try to find something yourself. We'll sort of have a potluck, Both put something on the table.
No, I believe that responsibility lies in your claws.
Says, "Very well then. I will be back." Looks up and says, "Before this evening. I don't want to disappoint you."
You sure do not want to do that. That is true.
As he will take off, spreading out his wings, stretching them in the sun, and then bashfully pushing himself up, taking a bit of time to get really off the ground. He's pretty heavy and sort of strong, large size, as he'll take a jump off and begin to fly in the direction of Elm.
Missouri will pointedly fly away from like veer away so as not to be anywhere near the flying copper dragon.
Mm.
Looks down. Doesn't actually get closer.
Leneth will approach, Tyraxos, who is the only one on the ground currently,
Tries to snort.
and say, I intend to figure out whether this dragon may be an ally or an enemy, and in the latter case, I will kill him.
He's not as weakened as we are. I doubt you could kill him yourself.
I appreciate your confidence. We haven't fought in a while, Tyraxos. I think you'd be surprised.
That copper dragon is quite truly brimming with power. He is what we should be. Alone, he shakes his head, I could probably not defeat him. So, looks over. Perhaps if I got a bit lucky. He is strong, Bandit, and I do not say that lightly. He is, however, interested in our weaknesses, which is the one thing I took away from all of this conversation. He wants to know what makes us weak and vulnerable, and I do not appreciate that.
As far as I've gathered, he is aware of the slumber, which means he is also aware of the exact best time to strike at us, if he desired. You've already just said that he is already stronger than us, so if he was informed that we were slumbering and he were to attack, we'd be in trouble. Yet, here he is, openly admitting that he knows our vulnerability.
Tyraxos stiffens visibly and says, we should leave. He spreads his wings and takes off without another word.
All right. It's rude, but I suppose Villigny will leave as well.
The sight of Tilraxis taking off, like Emizure just veers away completely from the site and begins heading back home.
As they fly away, Tyraxus will like look back towards Vagnus and says, "It was behind you in the doorway."
So,
One day we will destroy him. But not yet. And I don't enjoy being in his presence much. As I said, the Copper Dragon looks for our weaknesses. Most likely because he wants to defeat us.
I
In some-
disagree. He is aware of our weakness already.
Yes.
The details won't make a difference.
Oh, but I'm sure it would. He has some artifact of the Oracle. He wishes to use it, employ it against us, perhaps lock us into slumber. Who knows what he's planning?
Then he wouldn't have informed us that he possesses it.
Who knows? He's a Copper Dragon. He's a trickster. He lies and tricks is what he does. Now, if you decide to meet with him and actually talk to him one-on-one, be sure that you only give him your own secrets and not mine or the others. Because we certainly have not signed up for selling up what we try to protect and hold close to us for you to just give away over a dead goat or whatever he will offer you.
Are you suggesting that I would be convinced to spill beans I do not intend to spill over a piece of goat?
I wonder how
I-
that translates in Draconic. What the
I have
idiom
no
for that
idea, but
is.
you get the point.
Drop my coppers over.
Spill the copper.
Open the treasure chest. As I said, share with him what you want of your own secrets, Valignith, not mine and not the others.
I mean, that is obviously common sense. I'm simply looking whether you are implying more with that comment, in which case you either stand behind your words or speak more plainly.
I stand behind my words, Valignith. I say, don't tell him anything about the ritual and what makes us weak and in slumber. He wants that for a reason. If it was just you who was afflicted thus, I wouldn't care. But it is also me and the others, and we are linked. Giving him information about that is a bad idea.
Oh, it obviously is. I'm trying to find out why he wants it first. Don't assume I'm reckless.
Tyraxus,
in this way, anyways.
I just shoot up considerably. You have given me absolutely no reason not to assume that. Over the years we have known each other, you have been only reckless. Now perhaps
You'll
your
see.
Yes, well, perhaps your newly religious awakening has changed that behavior in you, but I have not seen that so far. You will forgive me if I presume that you are the Valignith I have come to know.
I'll consider forgiving.
Again, says, better return with some good news then. Then he will veer off towards his own domain.
Later, I mean, does Valignith just hang out?
Yeah, he'll like do an Emmy and just fly some circles until the Copper Dragon returns. Keep him busy somehow.
He will return, carrying what seems to be a bag on his back.
Sorry, what?
Seemingly a bag, like a leather satchel almost. Looks like the kind of sack like a giant would have or some such. As he will very happily land over here on the rock and proudly pull out things from the bag. It seems to be a bunch of what we sort of know as a human food. There's like some sausages, various fruits in a pile. What seems to be like a lamb piece, just raw, but skinned certainly and handled. Beyond that, he has like a big barrel with him, of a sort of a soft, pale wood, finely curved and carved. He lands, and we'll look to Malignus, who might have landed with him. I didn't know exactly what you would want, so I took a little of everything.
That is just fine. You have connections in Elm, I take it?
Oh yes, I have had time enough to figure out whatever is up with that place.
I've certainly heard rumors about Elm, none of them which I really enjoy. Who would do that to food?
He nods. Yes, I know. As he'll gesture for Wellington to dig in.
Sure, he'll partake in the stuff.
Sure. The main, it's a bunch of stuff. A lot of things that are like part of a bite for a dragon. The biggest thing seems to be the pale wood barrel, which you sort of will flick open with a claw. It's probably just like it's like a large mug, right? I don't know if you've had this before, but given that you don't have connections in Elm, I can't imagine you would. It is a very delicious thing they make.
Sure, we'll give that a try.
Okay, sure. Give me a saving throw.
Of course. Actually, if it's a saving throw, I can automatically succeed if I like to, so it doesn't really matter if I fail. What does the effect seem to do?
He feels kind of warm. Like normally alcohol wouldn't have an effect on him because he's a dragon. He feels warm and gets like feelings of maybe not home. It's like a distant memory of ancestry, of laying on a massive hoard of gold that is safe and that is his. His rivals crushed beneath him, the citizens of a broken city sort of bowing and laying about, fawning for him. He has won. He has succeeded. His brood of eggs is ready. He is almighty. His kind rule the world. That is sort of the feeling he would have in that moment. It sort of breezes across his mind in a euphoric state of just complacency, really. I mean, feels
Right, with
great.
the
A feeling of victory and having just done what he needed to do.
with the feelings of complacency washing over him, he's gonna shake that off. He is not ready. He is not done, and he will never be done. He is a unstoppable force, and if it's a saving throw, he can just take some damage and shake it off.
All right, sure. Yeah, the cover and looks at the barrel. Like I suppose, like what does that look like when he takes the damage instead?
It's like he drinks it. You can see him drifting off into his thoughts for a little bit. Before he tenses a bit, shaking himself, putting down the mug with a little bit of a grimace, as he says, "The taste is
Yeah, it's kind of
odd,
like a pine taste, a little bit.
and I don't enjoy having my thoughts intruded by substances. I don't really like it, I don't think."
He frowns and looks at a little bit. Well, that is an unusual answer.
I am an unusual creature.
That makes sense, I suppose, in a strange sort of way. She looks to Malignus with sort of an idea. Maybe red dragons just don't enjoy things. He's not sure.
The food is fine.
Yeah, Anyway, so to get back to my question, I don't want to take too much of your time, of course. So a quick answer will do. But why 4 of you?
Mm. You've got an artifact of our mother's, surely, and you've talked to our father. Surely you could ask him instead.
Oh yes, but I want to get your perspective. You see, he sort of looks back at says, I of course have reservations about not trust then of at least some bias in that respect. As a historian, and maybe the greatest historian, I would have quite a knowledge of such things, and I think that having multiple sources would be better.
Is he bullshitting? 26. Like
It seems like he has an idea, but he seems very excited to get your answer or your point of view. Indeed, it seems that even if he has maybe ideas about this, he is not sure, and this is clearly very important.
Right. Well, Feligna will answer. Because I believe 3 would have been too few and 5 would have been too many.
What does
Sounds
too
like
many mean?
perhaps less controllable than they'd like.
And too few?
Well, that wouldn't be a good investment.
Why not?
Because it would be less than 4, obviously.
Sort of nods, somewhat satisfied, but clearly not having as much detail. Could you elaborate, friend? Ali?
I do feel like this is a give and take. I've given you an honest answer. I believe you owe me one in return.
Sighs and says, well, what do you want to know? I am known to be very trustworthy.
Why does this particular topic interest you so much if you so painstakingly make sure that everything else passes by you so you can explore it later? Why is your inquisitive nature so focused upon us rather than the rest of the world, which I'm sure has similar interesting topics?
He looks to Varagneth, and it looks pained, as if he doesn't want to say, but he sort of again has that strange twist of clearly being at odds with himself. He says, I think I'll tell you, even though I know I shouldn't. Oh, it would be very bad to tell you that. Secret information should be kept secret. I know that much. Sort of almost like does a little like a little twist and sort of twirls with his claws in the stone, clacking on it nervously, perhaps. I'm going to tell you right now. Vilignus maybe is even feeling a little bit like he's outside of a conversation for a moment. Just imagine this, Vilignus. What if I had found out that there was another one who was part of this? And I wanted to know what effect it would have if they were there or not.
That's an interesting hypothetical situation.
Oh, but it's not hypothetical. It is entirely the truth, he says, as he then twists a little bit, like smiling, as it clearly, part of him is screaming not to say it, but the other part is delighting in doing it.
Why was this 5th individual then not raised as we were? Why?
He says, why indeed?
I don't suppose this artifact of our mother has anything to do with that question.
He tells it and says, it might have, if I'm right about it.
Well, perhaps I could only help you answer that question if you told me what it was.
Yes, well, so as I know something else that is affected by what you're affected by, how would you feel if I destroyed it?
Frowns a bit. What reason would you have to destroy it?
Well, I would see what happened, wouldn't I?
What would that answer get you?
Well, that's the wager, isn't it? Either it would mean that I would have won, or it would mean that I would have lost.
So what you're saying is that you are betting either against us or not at all.
Well, I suppose you could say that in one outcome I'm your best friend.
Not entirely sure I see that outcome. Let's say that thing you want to destroy has nothing to do with us. What would then make you our friend?
Oh, well, that's not really the answer, I suppose. Say that the thing is precious to me, and I would rather not destroy it.
That doesn't make much sense to me.
Yes, it is being terribly vague.
I've
But I
noticed.
do feel like drawing this out, if you will indulge me.
I've done so far, and I am looking for opportunities to practice patience, as I've been told I have too little.
Says, oh, as an older brother, I will surely help you with that skill. I've been told I'm very good at trying patience.
You most definitely are.
Well, thank you. I have tried to perfect the skill. It is not as difficult as you might think. Regardless, though, she sort of pauses for a moment, trying to think clearly, taking a moment away from his delight at seemingly tormenting himself. He'll say, "Well, just imagine this. Then, remove the past hypothetical scenario entirely, and say that I had a way to include more creatures into what you have going on. Now, what would that do?"
That combined with your desire to become a bigger brother suggests you are planning to include yourself?
Now, why would I do that?
I'm quite frankly not sure. It seems like a very silly idea, as this
But
whole.
what would it mean for you?
If only 4 are required and we now have 5, then I would assume it would only still require 4. We'd have 1 extra.
She looks at you, letting you come to the conclusion.
Which means that having 1 extra is your goal?
Not my goal, Celestial, but it could be yours.
Why would that be my goal? Are you implying that I have something against any one of my ironically named siblings?
Oh no, I'm sure they're all great. No, I am merely curious. This is, of course, all academic. He's definitely personally invested, but
I don't see how the ability to remove someone from this through presumably death would benefit me.
it's
Well, I can obviously see how that would benefit me. I'm thinking about it. But what I'm failing to see is how it would benefit the 5th.
yes, it most likely would not, would it?
So, what is the purpose of this academic scenario?
Oh, well, I'm happy you have indulged me, and I'm very sad you didn't like the brew. I was very excited about that one.
I've heard too many questionable things about Elm, I'm afraid, to indulge in that particular area.
He snorts, clearly disappointed.
It's Nothing about you. I'm sure you did your best to try to get something that would satisfy me. The meats were certainly nice. Now,
Yes, they came at quite some expense, but never mind that. I I really had hoped to make acquaintance with the others. Perhaps you will tell them that I was very frank and very nice. And maybe you wouldn't mind if I, or at least wouldn't mind just letting my people walk about a little bit. They do like this place. It's very much more free and less cluttered. I think you're patrolling it or making sure that things are okay. I hear you're going to start a little business around, and, well, like a couple customers, I'm sure would be welcome. Paying
I'm,
customers.
I'm sure I could convince them to give you whatever you need if you explained your goal of this season. You don't have to stop, but just make me understand.
Sort of, well, well. So how about this then? If I tell you that depending on the outcome of something you do not know, I may or may not desire for you to understand.
Well, that's complicated, isn't it?
Not terribly. And so I have to be careful and take my time. After all, we have many, many years to discuss.
I really hate complicated, you have to know.
Oh, I won't be going away anytime soon. In fact, I'll be around, well, forever. So there really is no problem. I can find you at any time to talk to anyway.
Well, you see, the issue is I, for one, don't mind this conversation as much as I thought I would. But as soon as I do mind it, you lose all connection to us, and whatever you're planning won't work quite well. You see,
Well, maybe the fifth can answer my question.
putting a growl slightly, his patience slowly starting to erode here.
Smile and says, well, anyway, I should really be going. There are places I have to be and things I have to tell or not tell people. Anyway, I will make you this promise, if anything. When you're old enough to have the talk, I will have it with you, and then I can also give you Yaffel's message.
But you said she wanted us to have it. So surely there
Yes,
was
but
no
as
age
Arbiter,
attached.
empowered by your father, I suppose I'm sort of your brother and mother. Should I think looks sort of surrogate? He shrugs. But at least I have taken that whole approach, and I think I can administer when you're ready. Not.
What if I could convince you that I am in fact ready?
Oh, but wouldn't that just make you seem more immature and not ready? I believe you asked me to train your patients.
I don't
intend to
remember
do so.
asking that.
Oh no, it's quite all right. I'm here for you. Do you want to embrace before I leave?
Most certainly not. I do have one more question, and unrelated to
So,
everything really. You seem to enjoy struggling with yourself in certain situations, refusing to tell things that you obviously want to tell, eager to share secrets, yet being keenly aware that you should not. Am I right there?
oh, but I don't think I'm unique in that manner. He, in fact, does believe he's unique in that manner. I simply looks and says, imagine you had a part of yourself you really did not like.
Are you so sure that you do not like that part? Perhaps it is.
He says, oh, quite sure. He is quite sure. Though, given the current circumstances, I might say that it's a bit of irony, perhaps.
That you've never tried to really try to work with that. I'm asking because it has been a lot of personal experience for me to have such a part as well, and then figure out that it is in fact a good thing.
He looks to Relignith. I don't think you quite understand. And you know what? I don't expect you to. That's quite all right.
I do expect to understand. I do expect for you to give
Patience,
me.
Kenneth. You will grow. You will grow wiser. I kind of like you. I think we're
Kind
going to be great friends. Though I am very sad about the ale, said it. That usually works.
You've done it before?
Oh yes, it's my favorite way to introduce new people. Well, some new people. Especially historians. I don't take you for one, though, don't worry.
I suppose it didn't work in Redden's here.
He nods and says, no, many of them don't partake, if you will. Some did. Well, anyway, I live across the mountains. If you go in that direction, one of my people or servants will likely spot you. And if you fly over the massive chasm that has opened, I can find you and talk to you. It's a bit of a trip, I know, but how else would I find you? My people rarely come this far. I live in one of the floating islands. They're very nice.
I've heard about them.
Some of them have bits of pieces of the Underdark.
Supposedly quite full of interesting minerals and so.
If you find minerals interesting, looks at Felling as if he definitely does not, because looking at rocks would be incredibly boring.
It's not the rocks themselves, but what you can do with them. It's sort of like history in a sense. Boring unless you do something with it.
I suppose I can understand that. But you know how to find me, if you have anything else. If you
I
want to
do.
bring the others, you're welcome. If not, then, well, simply come alone.
I will not stop you with leaving with unfinished business, obviously, although.
Well, I
only...
would want you to have reasons to find me again, wouldn't I? Across the mountains, in over the massive chasm. Very deep. If you go far down enough, you can see the water. Though too far and things begin to reach back. I wouldn't recommend that.
I see.
You can keep the sack.
Before or as he leaves Manakai, could Velingnev have to think about, like, what do his scars, like, mean? Like, Velingnev knows a little, like,
Yeah, give me like a heal check.
a heal check.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, that's actually not that bad.
Identify past injury.
25.
Oh, okay. No, yeah. Knowing a bit about dragon anatomy, I suppose, being one and having, I suppose, some inherited knowledge of it. He's punched Jolaxos before.
Got like skeletons in my basement.
Stuff in there. Yeah. I mean, this seems to. He seems to have. Like this appears to be burn or acid scars in some fashion. That do not heal, meaning they're probably very powerful one way or another. It appears that he has been messily drinking something that definitely should not be.
Is it similar to like Veristrix's Spellscar?
It is not a spell scar. No, it is natural. Like it's not a magical scarring. It may be caused by something magical, but it is not magical in its nature. It is simply damage of a sort that does not allow the tissue to heal.
Does it seem like it would be possible to voluntarily drink that, or was he perhaps forced to?
It's hard to tell. You'd have to be very strong-willed to, like, like if you drank magma or something like that. It obviously didn't kill him, but Certainly would have been very, very painful. Or maybe you would like swallow a bottle that then like opened inside the throat to then have you like try to like it could be caused by someone throwing up over themselves or some such too. Though knowing a little bit about dragons, you know that this type of dragon is very resistant to any type of acid, so it would have to be truly, truly potent stuff to do so.
In that case, before he leaves, Velignov will actually shout back at him. Before you leave, do you know anything about the black dragon that lairs not too far northeast from here?
Yes, he's quite a jerk. I do not like him.
What about his father?
Oh, he's long dead.
If he's a jerk, would you like to do something about him?
I'd rather stay clear of jerks, really.
Surely, as a big
No,
brother, you should tackle all of our jerks, like, head on.
I don't see him here. But
Yes,
if
sir.
you really do require help, I'm sure we can come to some sort of understanding. I would not want to fight him, if that's what you're suggesting.
A bargain in that sense is not very brotherly at all.
He sort of looks in the direction of all the other dragons leaving, you know. Well, I suppose that much is true. I suppose I can talk to your father about it at some point. Maybe a family meeting is in order.
If you're that kind of brother, sure.
Yeah, he looks a little hurt. Oh, but I do suggest you stay away from him and just give him what he wants.
Mhm.
Really, you're too young to mess around with things. You shouldn't even know what that is. So be safe and just stay in the valley and grow older. It'll all be fine. What do you need hordes for anyway? You're so young.
All right, it's time for this copper dragon to leave before Velignov makes mistakes.
He looks at Felicnus, sees that he's near the boiling point, smiles to himself as if he likes to sort of get people at that point. Then he'll fly away. Leaving Felicnus on the stone, feeling weirdly observed still.
Yeah, that's fine. Velignov's not afraid. He's not in the area where he should have to feel afraid.
Okay.
It's not like anything can stop him if he
Yeah,
wanted to leave,
definitely.
which he does suddenly strongly want to leave
Mm-hmm.
by his own volition, not because he was forced, but
No, of course not. Maybe waits like
Quickly
a
would be
minute,
good.
half a minute, just to show that he doesn't have to.
exactly, yeah. And then he leaves very quickly.
All right. All right. Yeah, I don't know if Elegant thought that was a nice conversation, but the Copper Dragon seems to have enjoyed it.
I'm sure he has. I can tell you that I share my character's opinion that I hate this. I hate this non-answering bullshit.
Mhm.
It's like the kobolds except worse.
I know it's awful.
That's absolutely what I was thinking of. It's like now he gets to deal alone with basically a more powerful version of a kobold. I love it. This is great.
Hmm. All that done, though, he returned to his
Got
lair.
some info from him, but that was just
As Emizure returns, a couple of the were-rats will but how do they actually show themselves? Do they just sort of walk up and say, "Hey, there's something up," or like how much do they fawn?
You know, I'd like to think that they've done a pretty good job thus far. They probably don't fawn that much because like the first saw her when she was smaller. Probably like rightful amount of respect and fear, but she gives the very good sense that approach her and share the information. She doesn't need the fawning. power respects power. Particular case, she's a predator. If they showed that they were afraid, then
Yeah, they used to spend a lot of time in there like human guys, but these days in this place, they mostly are the hybrid form
Mhm.
that is most appreciated by Melaris as being sort of a
Mhm.
greater version of.
yeah, she likes that.
Yeah, as the two of them will walk hunched over and say, Mistress, we have found something in the northern swamps while exploring. It seems strange. Yes, mistress, there is bodies, 3 of them. They appear to be, we have sort of answers. They seem to be Darrow. Dead, dead, yes, but not from any visible wounds, except for slight bleeding through orifices in the face, ears, under eyes, nose.
Northern swamps.
Yes, on the south side of the lake, north from this hill.
Mm.
There is lowlands, sort of a marshy place where the lake's recent rising in height has swum over what was before likely low-lying plains. It is nice ground for us.
Okay, Darrow with those holes on their face. What sort of predator would that be? Like, would that be sort of like a natural thing? Can I make a nature check for that,
You
man?
can
Guy?
take a nature check, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and do that. I have a plus bonus.
And I'll just
for
say
that.
they describe not any holes or visible injuries except
Okay.
for bleeding out of facial orifices.
30.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be some sort of parasite. If they have no visible outside wounds, then probably something small that got in them, perhaps, or did something to them. There's certainly that doesn't seem like she can't think of a natural creature that would do something like.
Yeah, and that being Darrow. Okay. You know, should inform the were-rats. You have done well to inform me. And I think she'll take off to look at the northern swamps herself.
Yeah, sure. She can do that easily enough. Looking over the swamps, it's quite clear that there used to be people here. She sees the occasional sort of bowed lizardmen creep through it. No troglodytes or something like that. A couple kobolds actually seem to be hunting here for lizards.
Hmm.
The region, however, she finds a sort of a patch in the land where clearly once a lizardman settlement existed of a decent size actually. But at this point, it's clear that it's been vacated. The sort of clay huts have been knocked down, and the roofs have fallen down from wind and weather. There was a quite strong winter storm recently that certainly has broken the place. Yeah, it's pretty wrecked here, really. That said, she does find the Darrow. They seem to be near the patches, but further south. Not having gotten there though, they sort of seem to just be really just sort of laying in a pile. No visible thing that would kill them, or no particular feature around them, except that they're just sort of fallen over.
Huh. All right.
If she goes, like, they seem to be undisturbed currently. They're laying on their backs.
Yeah, and these are able to like
seem to
swoop
have
down.
not have touched them. They seem to not have gotten too close. You can see the sort of the bleeding out under the eyes and out of the ears. She can't like she could take a closer look and investigate the bodies if she wanted to.
Yeah, these are able to like swoop down, and
Sure.
she does not have fear.
Give me a heal check if you want.
Yeah, I'll give you a heal check if she cares about that deeply. That was sarcasm. $18.
Yeah. She looks them over, flicks them around. They seem pretty limp. Their bodies have clearly been under a lot of strain recently. Seem to have been pushing themselves without regard for their safety. They have a lot of scrapes and cuts and such.
Recently dead?
Yeah, quite recently actually. Probably within a day or two. I mean, it's she's not super like into Darrow physiology. They seem to have been
Uh-huh.
hurt for a long time, but yeah, it's not super late. Like basically because a lot of the swamp things have not really begun to live inside of it.
Yeah. All right then. If they were
She turns them over though. There's an important fact. They seems that she can see that there seems to be about a sort of a like a small like football sized hole where the back of their heads have sort of been blown out. Uh, and as she looks around, she can indeed find small bits of skull and like blood and stuff. Looking into the hole, it seems fairly vacant inside, as if something, as if their brain basically boiled and exploded out from the back of their heads.
all right.
Something that the werewolves might have been able to inform, but they seem to not have gotten very
Yeah.
close to them
Yeah.
to turn
Sure.
them around.
Well, if they're dead recently, then they must have been traveling through here. And given that this terrain, it's possible the tracks may still exist. She's gonna go have a gander, see where the hell they came from.
Okay, it's a nature check.
Sure. 22.
Yeah, she can certainly follow their tracks for a while through this muddy area, and she gets to a place where there's a large pools of what seems to be sort of still stagnant water, fairly close to the big patch of land where this lizard folk tribe might once have existed. The pools are fairly still, and as she looks into them, they appear very deep. Looking at the footprints and such, it does seem like even in the past, many creatures have walked into or out of these pools.
Huh. Well, that's bizarre. Is there any sort of like religious iconography like around these pools at all to suggest that like folks have come here for like worship or prayer?
Looking at it, it does seem like there are certain like pieces of stone piled up a little bit. Seems to probably be lizard folk like creations. They're painted with white like chalk dust to show like symbols of what could be interpreted certainly as the sun. Yeah. Beyond that, I mean, yeah, the pools are very still, very, I mean, dark, muddy down there. But yeah,
Okay. Well, I know the default solution for that. There's kobolds trying to hunt like lizards. I'm gonna go find me a kobold.
yeah. What are you gonna do with it when you find it? 'Cause you're
I'm gonna go
find
take it. I'm gonna go take the kobold to the pool. I'm gonna go chuck the kobold into the pool and see what happens.
Yeah, sure. I think we can just cut to Missouri having a fawning kobold dangling by a claw.
Dragon.
That's just staring with very big eyes, you know, like
Mhm.
completely infatuated, until she nonchalantly flicks it into the pool, where it sort of plumps down, and we'll just roll a save for it here. Can this kobold swim? Yes, it manages. So it takes a little bit. Bubbles come up, and then it's sort of covered in a thin mud that sort of quickly slides off. It sort of flaps up and begins to paddle and swim and wiggle itself until it gets over to grab like a log it holds onto while panting rapidly, still staring at the dragon, seemingly not understanding the betrayal.
Good. These two sentient entities, well, one and a half maybe, can be equally like not understanding.
Nothing seems to come eat it or anything like that. No,
Hmm.
in fact, it went quite far down. It didn't sort of splat into a deep, thick bottom or anything. So.
Okay. Missouri is just gonna chalk this up as something she doesn't understand and something she's not gonna worry about. I think she'll leave without further preamble, and the kobold can cherish this interaction for the rest of its days.
If anyone returns in the future, there's a pile of rocks that, if they were kobolds, they would recognize as a statue of a dragon.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably doesn't mean much to anyone else, really, but yeah,
Hmm.
that's how it goes.
She'll
All
keep
right.
it at it.
Yeah. Does anyone else have anything they want to collectively do, or do we want to go to a downtime?
I don't have anything I want to collectively do.
No.
All right. Then before we get too into it, I can tell you that that it's going to be interrupted by an event, though certainly not explosive necessarily. A couple days after the events at the dam, a very large, bird is seen flying low over the valley, clearly scouting around, looking at the dam and across the valley, sort of doing a sweep, a slow flying. Wind swirling under its massive wings, almost unable to keep it up. It seems to have been a massive creature descended from high, high up the mountains.
Great.
What kind of creature is it? Like,
Give me a nature check if you want to know.
sure.
It's probably one of the Thunderbirds we've been told about.
Where did I put myself? Oh, back here. 1 sec. What's my nature? Huh. Okay then. 11.
Oh, it's a big bird.
Hmm.
R6 doesn't actually know.
That's okay. Do the harpies like come tell Varys this anyway?
Yeah, they'll inform him, and because they don't want to be there with this thing.
Right. Are they familiar with what manner of creature it is? Being,
I mean, there used to be other big birds in this valley, but this one is much bigger and ferocious looking. It's huge. There's few creatures there. They probably would just call it rock.
All right. Well, in return for their constant information, Varys will perhaps uncharacteristically generous of him, offer asylum if they do not wish to be out in the sky while the thing is there in his lair.
I mean, yeah, they will accept that, mostly because he offers it. I mean, they do usually sort of have their they at this point have built their nests well enough that they have decent cover.
Yes.
They don't live quite under the sun. But yeah.
Other than that, Varys sees no immediate action from him.
Okay.
Does the creature just like make a sweep and then it's gone? Like,
it makes a couple of it makes a long sweep down the valley, circles the dam a couple of times, moves outside, and then sweeps back across, and then flies back up towards the central high mountains.
This is absolutely something from the hierarchy. Yeah.
It's looking to see where they have gone. Anyway, all right. Well, cool.
All right. Beyond that, though, we can go to your downtime.
Well, I guess I'll go first. No one's jumping, so
Go for it.
let's finish off pressing these cultists, shall we? I've done everything about talking. I've, talked up myself. I've talked to them, and now let's actually show them some power.
Oh yes.
Let's use some Arcana here
Cultists
to
love power.
give a show.
Yeah. Power.
21.
What are the benefits?
Burns them shit. I mean, yeah, you would beat a moderate DC with that. Which means we get 2 progress, and this is a goal of heart. That was Arcana, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think I've used that yet.
Nope, we haven't. Yeah. Progress, so we're 5 progress out of 7 for a hard task. Yeah, what does he do? Is it just mental stuff, or does he actually use some of the...
I recall last time they offered him to come in, they had like some thing where they like show each other what they can do or something. Yeah. He accepts.
Yeah. It's actually a pretty secretive affair. So since you go there, I'll give you the details. What happens is that the members who are sort of the members of the city, right? There's all the citizens who are sort of not enlightened, if you will. They're not really allowed to know the deeper mysteries before they sort of commit and really develop their Spellscar.
Yeah.
But once they do, they have this thing at the edge of further up into the mountains a bit. You can still see down into the camps, but it's a little more secluded. Where they have a big bonfire, and one of the acolytes who believes that they have come as far as they can because they can go no further. Their body is basically dying or burning up. Is put on the fire and allowed to unleash all the power they have, lighting themselves and all the wood sort of ablaze, burning themselves in a pyre of blue fire as the others watch while indulging in their own, unleashing what power they cannot keep control onto the fire to be striking the one who is burning themselves.
Okay.
It's very grim, but also in a way beautiful, with all the streaks of blue fire and the heat and the intense arcane aura. Around the pyre, where the pyres are, you can see that the ground has been blackened and twisted, and grass is twirling and turning slightly purplish, and like you can see like centipedes that are oversized crawling about and so forth. It seems to be
Well-
contained to this area, but that seems to be there's a lot of these pyres. We're doing this for a long time. A lot of people having gone through.
How are they arranged? Like the pyres themselves? Are they?
It sort of seems that they found like this place, smoothed it a little bit, and then sort of build one, and they've sort of had to
Yeah.
at this point, like they're done with it. They reuse the space, right? So it's like
How big roughly?
the pyre or the space.
The space.
It's like a football field of space that they sort of covered with these things. Seemingly, they don't clean them up immediately. There's like blackened slacks and such around. Most of the grass here is also just burned.
Okay.
It's been chopped down or broken down to bring
Well,
more fire.
Let's have a show for us. I think I have something that might be thematically appropriate.
He gets to basically throw whatever he can onto the fire with the burning individual.
Yeah.
He screams and he cries out in jubilation at finally getting to just unleash everything he has and die.
Well, he's not going to die, but
No, he is not. But the person on the fire certainly.
yeah. Well, yeah. I think Veristrix has a.
The mayor doesn't partake. He watches with a fatherly smile.
Veristrix
He's
takes
very
off.
friendly.
The kind of peculiar thing happens, and this is kind of a. The scar has given him some capability, surely through his powers, but it also has changed him. And so, as he calls upon his scar, you can see trails of cold fire streak across his wings and his feet as he takes flight. And Veristrix is normally quite fast, but now he is even faster, as he's powered by the flame speed of the Spellscar. And as he
Right.
spirals into the sky, I don't know how tall it is, but he'll get some height, and then he will start to spiral down upon the pyre and open his mouth and let out his breath. This time, however, with the power of the Spellscar, it is both mist and flame in one, and completely buffets the pyre. Everything is lit aflame, and Veristrix disappears in that kind of that explosion of fire and mist and very how would I say, noticeable psionic energy. It's kind of like ripple in space. It's very noticeable for even those who don't have the sense. And as the fires burn and burn and slightly come apart in the smoke, you can see him standing above the pyre, burning completely with the spell plague. And I think that's as good as any of a show.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty fucking noticeable across the water.
There's a blue glint and like maybe a psionic. Imizure is also a psionic natured
Mhm.
character, and so maybe it has like a strange like a flick of something, as if the universe is rebelling slightly against the marriage of psionics and spell scarring. Though to Velignith, I mean that's a power, a tear in the universe that he can rip further and further open. And through it comes raw, unchangeable power.
To Veristrix.
Very strict, yes. Beyond that, as he performs this much, I mean, he has not completely succeeded yet. People are certainly impressed about him. At this point, they're listening to what he has to say and might just await his calling. But another thing is that amongst this many, and at least growing his Spellscar because it grows as he uses it. So
Yes.
maybe at this point it's further down his eye or like
I think
spread
it's like
across
it
his.
kind of arcs across like a web, like back further back his head near his spikes, and starts to go
When you
down
use
his
it,
neck
it
a bit.
glows
Yeah.
bluishly. He will hear many voices in his head during this. And they seem to speak in unison, as if 1,000 people speak at once, but saying the same things. Chanting almost that through unity they gain strength that cannot be denied, that the truth will survive even when the body dies, that there are things that hear their prayers and screams, even when the gods refuse. And he will feel another mind touch his in open contemplation, a very, very powerful presence.
Okay.
Presence psionically, certainly more powerful than he is at the moment. Not infinitely so, and not infinitely far away either, as he will feel it somewhere below almost. It reaches out to him, and with 1,000 voices, it greets him in tens of languages, the languages of all the refugees, and some he might not recognize.
Mm.
It informs him that it is pleased to meet another. Clearly, it does not seem to consider the many humans and people around here to be another, but he seems to fit the
Criteria.
the definition of what another being would be. It wishes him. I mean, I'm paraphrasing here because I cannot do 1,000 voices.
That's okay. I
It
understand.
wishes him. It wishes him. It offers him support in his ascension, and wishes him to soon become as many as he can contain.
Okay.
Great. I
Um,
think that's great.
all right.
Does he have an answer for it? It seems amicable and willing to hear if he has words for it. For
Well,
them, I suppose. Is more fitting.
I suppose in response to that, Veristix is a bit. He has a bit of extra mastery over himself. But the touch of something and so many at once, it's a bit overwhelming. And so perhaps
It is like
the instinct of survival or something pushes him to be like, maybe I shouldn't annoy this thing that could destroy my mind in a second. And so he will, I suppose, have that mental, because when someone's touching your mind, the senses kind of transfer, and so he will kind of nod psionically and say, "Yes, I am interested. However, how would I do such a thing?"
yeah, I think at that point it will be telepathic communication having some benefits. He will, instead of hearing words, see the concept of the field he's standing upon, of these people performing the rite. He sees the mayor's smile plastered across his face as he sees the people burning themselves in blue fire, their bodies seared away, their minds seemingly going someplace else. And he is offered sort of an ethereal hand that if he wishes such a thing, he too could perform. He too could invite many, become a multitude, and gain the power of all those who would join him. Become a world within.
Oh, I think Veristix would like that. So yeah.
Our will becomes reality.
Yeah,
He is simply known that the entity, that they are pleased, and that they will converse again.
All right. Cool.
Taking a dark turn, buddy.
You know, role playing.
Yeah. Yeah. What are the rest of the people doing?
I have some ideas.
Go for it, champ.
A significant portion of time will be spent to just find something to break, to vent frustration about the incredibly. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I need to elaborate. Like, oh boy, like Malignus tries to be patient. It's difficult. He'll go through great lengths to work towards the plan he has made for himself, including trying to be civil. But that doesn't mean that he has to enjoy it. So he'll calm himself in the way that Malignus calms himself, which is by breaking stuff randomly somewhere.
Mhm.
And then back to being productive. I've got 2 open projects, which are basically Elm and the Black Dragon. Elm is sort of in Emmy's court currently, and the Black Dragon, I can let that rest for a bit because fucking hell, that Copper Dragon. I want to find out more about him. And I, as a player, am at a bit of a loss at how to even approach that, although I do have one suggestion that I want to make a query about. How do I acquire new rituals?
Rituals can be
Rituals.
purchased.
How?
Mages create them, and you can go to Tessier or Westgate and try to scrounge them up as you would other things. Currently, you have Brunella's trading post, at least that can acquire things, generally as long as they're common and below your level.
Like, how long would that take?
It takes a downtime before you order it and it comes back. Given Elversalt is a rather place that has smoothed a lot of the process.
All right, and that wouldn't really take too much time from the downtime, I assume.
No, you can simply order something there and be like, I want this. And then she'll go and be responsible for finding a wizard who can inscribe that sort of thing. Which, I mean, these big merchant cities, if you want something and you're willing to pay for it, then you can get it, generally. No matter how immoral or sort of corrupt it is.
Okay, then assume that Villeneuve at some point ambushes Runella somewhere in the valley. I assume she travels through there, and gives her a list as well as the funds to buy them.
You can send me a shopping list at some point.
Sure.
Doesn't have to be just maybe after the session or like before the next one, and then it can arrive when I have checked out what you're getting.
Sure, let's do that.
All right.
Just so I don't forget. Since that's not instant, my idea doesn't really work. The people most likely who might know something about the Copper Dragon are Villeneuve's new acquaintances in Elversalt. So I suppose he'd attempt to contact them and see what they know about the Copper Dragon.
Is this perhaps a downtime action you want to know about the Copper Dragon? Or
Pretty much, yes.
Just the general scope of things. You've done it for another dragon before.
Yeah, but that was so much easier. Like,
because maybe there is one very obvious group that would know a lot and certainly want to maybe inform anybody who might wish to know.
It would be the people in Redensir, wouldn't it?
The people in Redensir have somewhat of an obvious gripe with this particular dragon for obvious reasons. They very much disapprove of revisionist history. They are knowledge gatherers, certainly. Though they are known to be sort of Scrooges. Yeah.
Really don't want to associate with them, but I'm out of ideas.
All right, then let's come back to you then, because you don't actually.
I thought I had something, but I don't. You go. You two go ahead.
You want to go, Jonas, or should I?
Jonas is dead.
Damn.
Okay.
I will miss you, Jonas.
Well, whatever activity I have would be fairly uninteresting at this point. It is a lot of construction work on my mind.
Okay.
Because I think I did set up the trading route. Like that's done now, right?
Mhm.
We have a
The gathering of a gang has been started. Finished.
yes.
And beyond that, there's some news with Raxus. Phaedron will approach him, inform
Yes.
him that he does not know where, but he knows that other Fae have entered the valley. Likely not so powerful, and he believes they are red caps.
Ho ho. Yes. Red caps are very much a dark fae.
Very mean creatures, and he does not
Yes.
believe they're here to join. He believes they've been sent here against all the rules, which means that basically you're free to kill them if you find them. Likely a deniable asset from someone who wishes to punish Toraxus for his, well, for being not Fae.
Well,
Not the right kind of Fae, not Fae enough, you know. Phaedron rules that currently they do not pose too much of a threat, but it is likely that it's going to bring misfortune in various ways until time can be spent to actually like find the things. They can hide pretty much anywhere, popping under stones or rocks or like trees or cracks or
well,
yeah, they're really pesky things.
oh fuck! Like, yeah, building plans, but yeah, find them. I'm not gonna have like red cap sabotaging my operation.
Mhm. You can of course dedicate your own time, or you can tell Phaedron to handle it. In which case, he will do his best. Not as effective as Jai.
You look at him, say, Phaedron,
Yeah,
handle it.
Phaedron will nod. Of course, my lord. I will require some of the minions.
That's fine. We have a lot of goblins.
Yes, goblins.
Or I mean, take
safely during the next time. Goblins will be found with their heads kicked and stomped in.
And take some of the swords or something. There's
Oh yeah, the swords. He'll take the swords.
they're
Yeah,
like
they're
creepy
yeah.
and weird and sneak around.
Peyton Ridge said he had red caps.
I mean, that's
He'll also try to see if he can figure out who is doing it.
yes.
Of course,
Figure out who's.
if they have red caps, they can probably have more as well.
I never know. Might be a minor noble. Like this is what he has. Wants to impress someone.
I mean, very faithful will think that it most likely is a minor noble who wants to do this as a favor to a greater noble, who then has to repay him in like if it works. Basically, he then has to be repaid or owed a favor.
Yeah, it's
Sort
like
of I do something for you, then you have to pay me.
Yeah,
I make you a pizza and deliver it to your home, even though you didn't order one. But now you have one, and you like pizza, so I guess you kind of have to pay.
It's like a proxy war thing going on.
Yeah, very much so. The big ones would not dare. I mean, that's kind of the whole point.
Yeah.
Why they don't like Tolvaxus, because he dared.
Yeah.
They don't dare cross the Queen. Never. Never. Insane thing to like you think no one has ever done so twice. So, and well, it would not be very impressive if someone did do it twice. It would be very unlikely
Right.
to work, my lord. Though of course I will not doubt your skills or
No,
abilities.
of course not. but yeah, Phaedron does not want him to gamble again. That's basically what he's saying.
It's like he rolled a 20 on that, and now he doesn't want
Can't double 20, although I have in the past Tarax's muses. But yeah, well, whatever. Find the red caps
on green.
This is no blue. Excuse me. Green is.
We're losing the roulette though.
But yeah, Phaedron is more versed in hunting down Fae and courtly intrigue and all of that stuff. He's the perfect man for the job. Use the swords or whatever other resources he might require.
Also ask if there's anything particular Taraxus would like protected. He doesn't actually know how much these nobles would know about what's going on, so they might just be here to generally make chaos and misfortune happen.
I mean, I mean, like, yes.
Not the gold.
Exactly, like the treasury would be like if Redcaps
Yes.
go
Phaedron will try
come
to stick around the treasury while he finds the
if some
Redcaps.
yeah, but I'll tell you this much: if Redcaps break in and steal things from Tyrax's hoard, there will be a reckoning. Like it would,
He wakes up and finds his crown gone.
that would be
Fairies are known to be very pesky.
unfortunate for Phaedron if that happened.
Hmm.
Not to mention the Were-Serpent Jester and some other
If you
creatures who
destroy
might be
me,
close.
Lord, I will simply reform to serve you once more.
That is,
Though I would prefer not to have such a delay in my tasks.
it
Well,
is incredibly
You know
cathartic.
that means that you can use death as a
I know,
punishment because
that's
he has
it.
to come back to
It's
you.
it's very cathartic that I can just
It is,
break him completely if I wish to.
some high fae have given Phaedron this as his punishment for whatever he did before, and
Yeah.
probably stepping out of his bounds in some fashion. And he's trying to make the best of it. It actually means that he is like he can do nothing but serve Tyraxos, and if Tyraxos does well and likes him and likes his service, then Phaedron does not have to suffer so much. But if Tyraxos is humbled and punished by the lords, then Phaedron will be too.
I mean, you know,
Unwittingly,
so
maybe one of the most loyal servants Tyraxos could imagine.
you know, that's why I keep him around. I like him, and so far I think Phaedron is doing well. So you know, leave
So it's a
this.
difficult task for him to
Yes.
do, but he will try to do what he can to combat this. But yes, goblins will be found with like stomped faces, and dwarves will find that their ale has been soured, and
Great.
stuff like this. So everyone's a little more grumpy than usual. Around.
As I said, if you need something in particular, come to Tyraxus. We'll sort it out. Phaedron is a favored servant, and he has access to Tyraxus like no one else, and also would have access to Tyraxus's funds like no one else if something particular is required.
Yeah. Well, Phaedron suggests, if anything, there's a need for more soldiers or more
Yes.
capable guards, because right now
Yes.
there's so few that it's sort of hard to.
Yes, we yes, that is part of the thing I'm going to do, and one of the projects I had. Yes, indeed, more soldiers are needed. It is time for recruitment drives. We need able bodies. Tyraxos needs you to secure the Seven Valley. We have goblins, we have some creatures, but we need actual soldiers. If I can't get hobgoblins, well, god fucking damn it, I guess I need just normal mercenaries or something.
On the note of goblins, just for everyone, they are now available because of how many managed to actually get away. You can consider goblins to be something that'll sort of spread around the dam and then sort of just appear further out. When there's some goblins, usually other goblins find the area and show up, because if there's some goblins, it means that goblins can be here, and so why not them? They're not particularly intelligent creatures, but they're easy to make into like lackeys, and as long as there's someone to boss them around constantly, I mean, they can be useful for things. Low-level adventurers have been threatened by goblins. Goblins are good assistants to bigger, more powerful things when raiding a caravan or some such. Though they're very unruly creatures. So, yeah, you could probably nip that in the butt if you wanted to exterminate them, but that would take some time. Rid the valley of any such creatures. But yeah, I mean, Tyraxos says someone should go do something, and there's just a goblin there bowing in like a funny hat, and then he goes and does the thing. You're like, well, I don't know when I hired this guy, but now he's here. So,
but yeah, soldiers. I actually want a core of capable soldiers. Patrols, ideally to like secure the valley, and further down the line, secure the old eel. Make that into a proper military stronghold.
Currently, he's gathering a gang, like an outlaw gang, basically kind of like a bandit thing. Trying to gather 20 people enough that they can man the eel fort effectively.
Yes.
In its current state, he has made progress using streetwise to find criminals. Really.
Yes. Yes, criminals.
Yeah.
Now then, he will be. Let's see.
You taking suggestions?
Yes, sure.
I mean, clearly, clearly these whole giants, especially the stone giants, don't have anything to offer the hobgoblins under their employ. Like, the stone giants have nothing, because they're paid nothing, because they're down there at the bottom of the total pole. So hobgoblins serving stone giants, definitely not the way to go. Why serve stone giants when you can serve Raxos?
True.
That's right. Counter messaging programming to the
No,
hierarchy.
certainly. I mean, you see what happened to the hobgoblins when they served. Like, there's like a slag heap left of them. Now, the glory of the dragons, however, now that's progress. So Tyraxus will do
Pamphlet bomb.
yeah, pamphlet fly over the map. There's bomb down pamphlets. He will send Gaius and Tiberius out with incredible stories about how.
I mean, Gaius and Tiberius will say this. They actually used to work down there.
Oh, there you go. You
Yeah.
know, send them
But
down.
they were kicked out for being too lazy. Well, for too much discipline.
What was
too
that
much
last?
discipline.
What was that last part?
They were sent to
Tyraxus?
serve at the dam, and then later they were sent from the dam for again too much discipline to serve this.
Tyraxus will imply that well, they will serve again in that case because we're going on a recruitment drive for hobgoblins in the mountains. And perform well, and the bracers are one step closer. They are there on the pedestal in the lair. Who will get them? Well, it might depend on who recruits the hobgoblins.
Yeah, I mean, they'll see what they can get. They don't really want to go to the big hobgoblin camp because maybe they get recognized, and too much discipline is a very dangerous thing to have.
What if
So many jealous hobgoblins there
came with to the hobgoblin camp?
Oh, they're not. They don't think that's a good idea. There's giants there too. Big fire one. They have ballista and stuff. It's like a
All right,
destroyed
go there.
watchtower.
Spread the news. There is gainful employment to be had.
Yeah, they'll do. They'll carry his word. Let's see how well he can impress it upon them.
Yes. Now listen here.
If he can recruit some people for his like gang group.
Now, hobgoblins answer very well to discipline. They like tyrannical things.
Yeah, they love tyrannizing people.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Tyraxus writes up his program. His 12-step program to subjugation,
Word domination,
and domination. Yep, Tyraxus has plan for
definitely
domination.
a section where they're paid better than stone giants.
That he has ambitions for Tissir and the cities.
Yes.
So, I mean, those places are certainly. I mean, Tessir especially is known to be incredibly wealthy.
Oh yes.
Big fat wealthy jewel.
Oh, there's such plunder. What bounty?
And those stone giants are just keeping you just standing around doing nothing.
They don't pay you. What is this?
What is this?
Now, what if I told you that there was a whole fort that you could have?
Yeah, perfect condition. Not at all with thorns on.
It's but that's the beauty of the organization. We join me, and we will together rebuild this. You will have your own stronghold. Imagine, surely, even if the old one, like old grizzled or completely subjugated warlords go for it, there's got to be a young go-getter. CEO wages from the comfort of your own fort.
Yeah. 3-hour lunches.
Yeah. Wow. The benefits
a portrait of Telraxos hanging above your desk.
Well, let's see if you can how you can. You're angling for intimidate us.
Yeah. This is that's what they respond to here.
It is very much what they respond to. As a species.
I will spend a draconic essence here just to give it a little bit more oomph.
Boost.
Because I feel this is something Tyraxus is fired up upon, and pours in some.
Having speeches and guys that is writing and.
Why let stone giants bully you when I can bully you?
Exactly. What have they done for you? I mean,
lately.
Yeah. 32.
Very excited about it. Yeah, that beats the heart DC.
I'm scared.
Of the switches.
The paper literally glows with Tyraxus's fervent.
They leave and they will come back later and bring word that yes, indeed, a couple of hobgoblins they managed to talk to have deserted and have come here. Of course, they are still the most loyal and good. Of course, the other hobgoblins, they're deserters now, which is a big shame. But then there's also like a couple of orcs, a couple of goblins. They're really forming up to be like real good bandit gang.
All right, sure.
A couple more people, maybe some equipment.
Hmm.
You're close to completing the goal.
Yes. Yes. Do have someone for the equipment part.
Yeah, we can go and
Where's
shake people
Serpent?
down.
Go with this. Run as fast as you can down to Valingrith. Bring this list of things that Tyraxus wants to purchase, for the benefit of his new gang.
Like
Here
this,
we
like Volingnith is ambushing
Don't try if you
Runella.
have to.
Well, Tilraxus is ambushing, like what? Bye.
The were serpent slithers up.
Round.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what we're working on right now. It's a bandit gang. We need guerrilla troops. That's what I'm thinking. We need someone to like sneak about and waylay our enemies. They must defend themselves. But to like properly take control of the fort and stuff, we're gonna go for some more like actual military might down the line here. But for now,
Having a group of people you can send to beat people up. I mean,
yeah,
it would be enough people to repress the Worm's Hamlet.
that's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. Come around with like a knobbly shillelagh and like bonk someone over the head who doesn't.
There's like a couple of old veteran mercenaries in Worm's Hamlet, but
Exactly.
against 20 like hard tough guys, they can't.
Why don't they join Tyraxus? That's what I'm thinking.
They just kind of want to protect their homes.
I mean, Tyraxus will protect their homes.
They're still very wary of that plague camp. They're not trusting it, especially they heard that people have been killed on the road, and they think that the plague is done.
Tyraxus will nod gravely and says, "Yes, he's also very worried about the plague
The
camp."
burned aid caravan was an inside job. I know this.
Caravan 8 was an inside job, they whisper. Well,
Yeah. Well, do we have anything for Volingnith or in Missouri?
Volingnith will go to Redens,
Okay.
decided.
He just flies there and like.
I don't like complicated. He's gonna fly there. He's gonna tell them what's up. And if they want to tell him something that might turn Volingnith against the Copper Dragon rather than Redens, well, that's a win-win for everyone, isn't it?
How does he tell him what's up? Like, the entire Temple of Agma has a fortified keep. Like, obviously the rest of the town of Redancia is, outside of that, but
he's basically gonna land like close by and see what happens. If a red dragon hangs out like close by, then surely at some point someone is going to investigate. He won't show obvious hostile intent, which hopefully is enough to get like a more or less diplomatic response.
I mean, maybe that's why it takes a downtime to do this.
Yeah, maybe.
Because it takes like a couple of days. Because the people don't. It's a red dragon outside, right? They're waiting for the demands of plunder or tribute or something. I mean, the city basically turtles when he lands there. Like people man the towers. This one actually has like proper walls. Not big ones, not like thick. You could probably like begin smashing them down if you tried. But they do have like a couple of towers with like bow people, and it's like a ballista on a big flat one, and then further up the hill there's like begins like a fortress monastery. Very well protected, particularly against fire, with a couple of mages and such on the walls. Even seems like the scholars know some magic. Eventually, indeed, someone will approach to talk to him, because that's is honestly very like it's really misconcerting to have a dragon out here.
That's the goal.
Yeah. As a small group of people wearing like plate and robes over the plate mail, they have like basically quarterstaffs, very finely carved ones, seemingly of religious significance to them. Approach him from a safe distance, speaking with a magically enlarged voice. Will hail him from the city of Redancia. They are the Order of Agma, the temple god of this place, and they wish to know what his kind wishes from them.
Dignif will answer, not with magically enhanced voice, but just like he's a dragon.
Yeah.
Like he can be very loud if he wants
Oh,
to, and
definitely.
he absolutely wants to. He's basically just gonna go straight to the point and ask them about the copper dragon whose name I didn't note down, even though I should.
Mm-hmm.
Ophis Sterlix, or however the hell it's pronounced.
Yeah. Sterlix, close enough.
Yeah, works. Yeah, give me a diplomacy check.
Doing a lot of diplomacy for a red dragon, but
Well, you know, trying
what the
to
fuck
new
else
approach,
can I
yeah.
do?
They don't seem entirely convinced of your good intentions, and certainly don't let down their guard in any way whatsoever. Seemingly, they know that red dragons have a history of being terrible monsters that basically never do anything good.
All right,
and even
if that's
working
the
with them-
case,
And sorry, I'm not done. That even working with them can lead to terrible consequences. But on the other hand, they also really, really are tired of this guy. So they will tenuously call out for what he wishes to know and why.
but if will draw himself up, if they are wary of working with a red dragon,
Also
that's
very
just,
guarded.
that's fine by him. As he will shout back, I'm trying to decide whether he is my enemy or not. I believe there's a saying, your enemy's enemy is your friend. So give me something that makes me your friend. You wouldn't like the alternative very much.
Yeah, that sounds like a diplomacy 8.
Let's look upon him. Could you be an intimidate check?
I can try. Do I have any? He's gonna add some of his like essence on that. That feels appropriate. Like
He's a dragon.
this
He's
is
rising.
like ideally. Sorry.
No, it's good.
Ideally, you would like to just break people and ask them questions, as you know.
Mhm.
That would usually work better, but he can't. He just physically can't. 23, that's okay.
He's fairly imposing with that. Though it seems the chief cleric has steeled himself. This might not be the first dragon he has faced down in his old years. An old elven man. There. Yeah, but still, it's true. They don't want to mess with the dragon. God forbid their magic fails. I mean, you can't, even no matter how much you prepare, you cannot be safe when fighting a dragon. It just does not happen. And should their books burn, that would be, I mean, that would be terrible for the world. Really, it's one of the great libraries that exists in the order. And so you'll say that as Vergus might know, or as the dragon here might know, they don't seem to be entirely aware of his name. At least not enough to identify him as his. You know, the value of this place is far beyond him to risk. Surely he understands that. But beyond that, knowledge is not something that should ever be given freely. To do such is sacrilege. However, if there's something he wishes to know about this dragon, it can be supplied in return for him considering this dragon to be an enemy of all things. And he will repeat his query. What about it does he wish to know?
I don't know, man. Like, what is...
This is really awkward, Sheep.
I know it is. I don't know what I need to know. Like, the questions I want to ask, they wouldn't know. And the questions they might know about might not help me unless...
I'll give you some general information then.
Yeah.
The dragon is at the stage where you would consider it adult, which means it's an age stage above your young adult, which means not infinitely more powerful, but certainly more powerful than any one of you at the moment. Yeah. Beyond that, give me an insight roll. I want to see how well he can garner what he actually might care about from what they say.
Let's see. 30.
Very well. Yeah. Yeah. The dragon is. I mean, they really hate it, to be honest. And have gotten somewhat good at getting rid of its bullcrap. Mostly because, strangely enough, it seems to have begun looking at other things. Not too long ago, it had like a whole more than a year of inactivity where it did not leave its lair, according to their people, staying there dormant, or at least not going out in a way that they could see it. Which gave them hope that it might just like be dead or something, or stay there. They can't really go there because it's like a place up in the skies. It moves around sometimes, but it has seemingly returned, and its people have continuously been harassing them, even if they have tried to get rid of them. Mostly gnomes of a dark temper. Recently, also, several years back. Around the time of the spell plague, the thing seems to have grown far more vicious. Perhaps the traumas it saw caused upon the world make it take a darker path. At least it has grown far more twisted in the later years in its method. It used to be mostly prankster. Now it is sort of some of the pranks it pulls turning sort of lethal, and so well, it is a dark tone for one of its kind to take. At this point, they believe it's better if the world was rid of it. Does that answer any of your?
This helps. He will then also add whether they know anything about the source of its scars. Just throwing that out there. See if
they do not, but they appeared. In what they have of old illustration, the dragon used to be a historian that spent a lot of time with other historians, and illustrations there it did not have them. They're not too distant. Maybe within 10 years obtained. It sort of fits with it turning really vicious. So maybe something happened to it.
All right, good enough.
He would then ask why, how, or just if or he'll put it out there, if Valignith wants to rid the world of this thing, perhaps the old saying might be true once, as an exception. Even if he is wary of trusting a creature such as him ever, or wouldn't trust a creature such as
Well,
if he he seems to generally believe that no one would enjoy being around the monster this common dragon has turned into.
Valignith will answer before flying away that trust isn't required when you have similar goals. Before he flies away.
Yeah, they will stand there wondering if they were lucky or unlucky. They're not really sure how this meeting went, but the dragon is leaving, and so that is cause for people drinking well in the city that night. Yeah, as you can return for the couple of days trip.
Well, that's progress, I suppose, but not really answers. Oh well.
I feel sheep.
Well, I mean that leaves Emissary.
Certainly going to be a thing to follow up that with what I want to do. So we have a frame job I got done.
Yes,
Missouri is pretty pleased about that.
there's a lot of distrust at this point. Even an 8 caravan has been turned away from the camp.
She needs to incite this further. She thinks she understands what civilization wants. She thinks that she can provide them. She's got the goods. They want the goods. To do that, there's got to be someone who's interested in investigating this, she thinks to herself. She'll figure it out. So for her time, she is going to take to the skies and go across the body of water. That she does say that she wants to. She does say that she wants to stay on the southern side of. Specifically, she is going to go to the place where seasons ago she delivered those bodies of Spellscar with Amrath. Every day, she is going to end up outside of Elm, within clear sight of it. She is going to like bring a meal for herself, and she's going to camp there and gnaw at it. And then she'll fly back home to like the hill, and then the next day at the exact same time she'll return there. She's not bringing any more bodies of like Spellscard to leave there, but she figures that she can try to reinforce this message to them at this point.
The dragons and the Spellscard are aligned together.
It's not quite what I'm looking to
Dragon
reinforce.
is killing. What is she trying to make them believe here?
Careful.
So, Imizure. Imizure, once like these people, they're not taking action. Imizure wants them to take action, and they're not taking action. That's bad for civilization. Civilization obviously needs to be prodded along, and to that effect, Imizure has something that civilization will want to know in exchange for actually taking action. Especially not just incentivizing them to do it because it's the right thing to do, but because it will benefit them to do so.
Well, she's enticing someone to come talk to her.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, give me a diplomacy check. Let's see if she can be approachable enough that someone actually dares go to a dragon. Because
Yes. That's why I said it was going to be. It's going to be.
Rumors of.
Yeah, that's why I said it was going to really be something following up what she did, because this is something I really wanted to do.
Going to be like, hello, I'm available for.
A chat. Yes.
It's like when they show up in Shadowrun. I'm here taking questions, an interview.
I'll go ahead and fast talk
All right.
that. Let me go ahead and look at that modifier. 1d20 plus 14 for being really slick about being available for a chat.
Nice.
Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah, though the other one is not bad either, really.
I mean, how could you not trust the incredibly friendly dragon having a meal of like a goat or something?
I think someone's going to come talk. It appears to be a very small dwarf. Unusually small dwarf, very spindly almost. Yeah. Who's gonna be there at one point? Very very good at hiding, seemingly.
Okay.
She probably squash him with a foot without too much problem. As he'll inquire as to what exactly, he and some friends whom he wishes to impress are looking. He noticed, of course, that the dragon, the mighty dragon, whom we will not name, has been, or that this place has a significance to the cultist camp, and he would be very eager to hear if the dragon has anything on that note. Maybe the dragon has an opinion. Maybe it seems like it's not going to kill him. Is she going to kill him?
No.
Okay.
She bluntly says, "The Spellscar corrupt all those around it. Your civilization has seen fit to exile them to a place beyond your walls and halls and think the matter resolved when it is clearly not. Seasons ago, I delivered corpses here to remind civilization of its burden to this world. It is one civilization has failed to act upon, and so I return here again, not with bodies, but with limited patience for action to be taken."
Well, yes. Well, is there? He seems somewhat cowed at the thought of, but he also seems really somewhat eager as well. Is there any way in which one could see what they do? Like they're very close to the camp. no one's really allowed inside.
And why would any seek to go inside such a place of corruption where the blue flame dwells? It twists nature and the thoughts of weaker creatures. Why would anyone wish to go? Why do you wish to go?
No, he ever so would want to show it to others, or to see it so that he might be sure.
Who are you?
Oh, he's no one really. Just he and some of his companions have been seeking information about this, and the dragon landing in this spot seemed like too much of an invitation to not take. The others warned him against going here, so they don't know he's here. But you know, he would love to impress them. Otherwise, they might grow tired of him.
There is no way I know of to enter that camp if you value your life. But if you so desire to see it, I could carry you above it, though that may not be the answers you seek. Think of it as a way for me to save your soul, if nothing else. For truly the spellblight does corrupt all.
Give me a diplomacy check here.
Yeah, I can do that. Nice.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, that still beats your DC. This guy's not super willful. So nod sharply. Well, I certainly wouldn't. I never liked heights much. We dwarves are very close to the ground always, and we dwarves love to be close. Dirt is my favorite thing, really. Stone, metals. On that note, though, I better go back and tell the others of what I've seen, what I saw with my own eye, my own two dwarven eyes. I saw a lot of things, so I should go back and tell them. Please don't kill me, and I think yes. He will nod vigorously and intend to go tell his friends that actually, like, this place is like horrible. Definitely evil cultists.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Which,
She'll call out for him, like, you don't understand. The entire land is at stake as he's, like, trying to, like, walk away and trail off. I can fly away and leave my lair at any moment, but those trees and elm cannot uproot. Have you not seen the damage the blight causes when it twists the land? What will those villagers do when their giant tree is nothing but a twisted mockery because of the blight? Ask your civilization then.
he freezes them and looks back. Says, "Oh, they will absolutely die before the tree is touched. Any of those people down there touch the tree, they will."
And
they're very serious about the tree.
And what do you think they're doing now with all of that generous gold donated to them by Cormier? Yes, perfectly safe. Absolutely fine. They'll never hurt anyone. And civilization forgets until there's another spell plague.
Others. He sort of nods. Yeah, and we'll hurry back inside, I think.
Mm-hmm. She will continue to return to that spot, like, at the same time for the same several hours eating until, like, the end of the downtime.
The same message if other people were to approach?
Yes.
All right. Do you want to give me... I'll let you pick here. Just now you convinced this guy, at least the hero. But do you want to try to convince the common people as well? I'll give you either a diplomacy check or bluff check, really. I feel like either you can try to be approachable and have more people hear you, or you can try to really convince the people that.
Yeah, we're really trying to convince the people here. And, if further persuasion is required, like Imi Zure can let slip as a process of the skill check that she knows of another threat to this civilization, and if they but took action, she would feel impressed enough to inform them of it.
Oh no! All right.
All right, go ahead and roll a diplomacy. 1d plus scene one more time. 20, which, this probably doesn't count as a separate encounter. I'll live with that.
You, I don't know. It's even necessary to roll. You have very good bonuses on this stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not. The people who come to talk to her seem convinced, and I think by the end of it, I mean, yeah. There's a different atmosphere. People here are beginning to. I think they're beginning to distrust the Cormyrians who have come here, and are looking at them with somewhat like. It seems like maybe these people don't actually really care, and they certainly have been partaking in tax money, which the city has not really been used to paying, which doesn't make anybody. Beyond that, there's a dragon warning them that things are going to go horribly. I mean, that's usually not how it goes, or when it goes. Like,
Right, the dragon usually causes the horrible things instead of warning them.
They might need to sort of fulminate a little bit, but I can tell you right now that we will, as an effect here, change the hero goal here of investigating the cultists to the other possibility, which is strike at the cultist camp.
All right.
Which means that they will actively actually try to go and fight some cultists.
All right.
If they can find some outlying ones that they can sort of butcher and kill. The cultists, of course, will fight back as they do, using their blue fire to burn and scorch everything, which is very menacing and threatening to anyone who doesn't know anything about it. To people who know about it or people who don't, really. It's menacing and threatening to everyone.
Yep. And that'll be a snowballing effect. The cultists using their blue fire.
That's the dominoes that are currently falling.
Yes. That's what Emizure wants. Yes.
It seems that threats to the tree is taken very, very seriously.
Mm-hmm. And that is what Emizure Leader will harp upon. Like, this has twisted and corrupted nature in the past. Like, you think just exiling these people away isn't going to twist and corrupt nature? Mm-hmm. All of Gulfmere Forest is currently uninhabitable right now because of this.
It's true. I mean, Cormyr, certainly, and I mean, there's some truth to it that Cormyr thought that it was great to have these people, just not here. Not where they live, but it's good to have them here, just not, in Cormyr.
Mm-hmm. Good.
She's playing upon fears of the Spellscar that lie very deep in people.
Yes. Mm-hmm. She's very satisfied by that, and content that she has displayed no open violence, north of the river. She will return back home, and thus end the downtime.
All right. As everyone's done with their downtime, really. Yeah. Do we want to end here? Or do the dragons have anything else they want to pursue this time?
Happy ending here for tonight.
Okay.
Yeah,
we can end here for tonight.
I know, Valky, you have a strict.
It's more from me rather than my brain shuts down past this time. So.
All right, that's fine. I hope everyone enjoyed the session. Things are happening. People are doing things. The dragons certainly begin to scheme and have their own affairs going on, which I'm enjoying.
Subscribe to my new scene, Dragon Affairs.
Yes, and I am interested in seeing how this positions Veristrix.
Yeah, I know you.
New
I
friend of the Spellscar.
Yeah, I know you do. You delight in it. I can hear it in your voice. It's great.
hmm
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, they're very welcoming. Very welcoming community. They want him to join them very much.
By all means, go defend your new friends.
Uh,
I mean, that's the thing. What is Varstrix going to do when the people of Elm come after the cultists?
Uh-huh.
well, as he offered, he'll offer them asylum deep underground where no one can find them. He's not going to fight for them if they stay where they are. So, if they come, if Elm comes to fight, it's not going to be a good fight. So
I agree. I think this is just driving more cultists into the new cult of
Yeah.
the living dream, or whatever it's gonna call it.
this is not a negative. This is in fact a positive. It is driving more
Just exactly as he
inspiration.
planned it.
Yeah.
Of course.
The muses looking out of the valley.
Yes, good.
And Emmy Zure can finally get those displays of blue flame off of like her night sky.
I imagine her laying, like peeking out of her lair, like just frowning deeply at the blue, like fire.
Like the fireworks
yeah.
is like he does like whatever sort of
Yeah.
crazy blue flame shit. She
Yeah.
like squints at
Yeah,
the
like,
horizon. He shuts her like curtains and stomps back inside. Kids these days. Their damn fireworks.
Damn blue firing. Are you blue firing up there?
I'll make a note here though, just to remember it for next time.
Yes.
That's weird. That after this downtime, there's going to be found 2 dead were-rats. One sort of outside of the ancient quarry, somewhat down there, like seemingly in like a bush. It's found.
Okay.
Seemingly one of them. It seems to have been bleeding out of its facial orifices, and when investigated, the back of its head has been blown out.
Well,
Great.
Ew.
We'll ask. Have a talk with Misery about that, because she likes the rats. I reckon.
So it seems like a rat problem.
No sign of what killed. I mean, except for the brain blowout, but no other.
There's no brain left inside.
Oh, no. It's like
Oh.
like a spatter of gore behind it, obviously. But
Oh. How mysterious.
Ew.
Put the brightest minds of my organization on this case. Where's Serpent?
Worms
Investigate.
Hamlet will report a similar thing when
Oh,
they found
no.
one such person outside of their slight outside by one of the outside washing areas.
Oh, it's the border.
Yeah.
Poisoning our bodily fluids.
Water.
With the Darrow involved, I had thought it might have been the Aboleth at first, but
I mean, there was that weird ritual around the lake up there.
yeah.
Maybe
Well,
that's it.
there was also some weird fucking rituals happening in that damn cultist camp.
Hey now.
Something about the many multitudes of voices. Gotta gather
Our-
those somehow.
Our parasites are of the mind, not physical. We don't blow out our minds. It's fine.
I'm also sort of wondering if that's connected with the copper dragon, whether he got like a brain parasite or something. Don't know at this point.
Maybe that's why he's like blacker on his snout. He drank Aboleth slime, and now like his.
I don't know. It could be mind flayers for all I know. Like fucking bitches, just stop delivering us our slaves. We'll come take them ourselves.
Oh man,
I mean,
I really don't want to go down
honestly,
there.
could be.
I don't want Underdark. I'm done. It's more Dunderdark. I'm done.
I'm sorry. I guess I'll just change my color. My bad.
Yeah, can we just? Well,
You would have a job or something.
how about we
Let's
kill
be
the
a blackjack
copper?
instead.
How about we kill the copper and you can take his floaty islands, because the other Underdark is above ground, and that's fine.
Okay.
What if we kill the copper and you wear a skin?
Yes.
I mean, I would rather like to, take his mind for myself. But
Oh, so that's why the skulls are blown open and the
Yeah.
brains disappear.
Another thing that will appear within the next couple of days is that a couple people in Worms Hamlet will begin to find pamphlets and such about that say that promise a new life below. That that all these cultists and the family basically has no future, and nothing is ever going to happen. But below the ground, there's a green place where new life could be started, with fields ready for them. And though they do not know who is distributing these messages, I mean, to desperate people, I mean, looking across the blue glints in the sky, to some it might seem like a chance maybe for a
Yes.
new life.
Guess Mother
Elm
Druma.
will find similar literature.
Guess Mother Druma is freelancing.
Even
Oh, yeah.
even Joel Raxos will find one put on the board in the trading post. So he's did that. It's like a new life below for you.
Who put that there?
Come and
It's the
go- open
farm.
onwards.
Who put that there?
What we're
Not
farming. Who
difficult.
knows?
Simply speak to others about it, and you will know when time's ready to.
Where's Serpent? Did you put that there?
No, of course not. I mean, he's always exhausted at this point.
Yes.
Then he does the headstand.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh well, I suppose he didn't.
Yeah.
Oh well, mysteries to be inspected.
Yeah.
Maybe we should move. This place is scary.
I mean,
It's
I want to, but
it's
there's nothing.
It's very crowded around here. I gotta say, there's
There's some weird shit happening around these
Yeah,
parts.
there's a weirdness going on. I don't know. Not Basarak, is that you? You're spreading pamphlets about lives underground. Old tech.
Clearly,
Anyway.
it's the Thayans.
I built an
Yeah, don't forget
underground
about the
farm.
Thayans and Elm.
Oh my god, why? There's so many things here. Well, with that said, I'm gonna head off to bed.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone for watching. We will be back next week. Dragon Coast. Malachi, do we play Warhammer tomorrow, or are you busy?
No, we could do that. I think
Alright.
that's fine.
Join me and Malachi tomorrow morning for some Warhammer. More Empire shenanigans. Summon
Can
electric
up his men
counts.
some more.
Yep. Dagger in
Desperate
stomach
times.
will do it, and fell the cretin. Yeah, stuff like that.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah. See you then, guys. Good night.
Bye,
Okay.
everyone.